Hello, chat. Welcome out to the stream. Good morning. Hello. What's up, Ulyssean? Coming in with that resub. Oh, we going straight to this? We going straight to a booster pack opening? Cat, when you hang out here, you can earn gold pieces and redeem those gold pieces for different rewards, such as opening up a booster pack of your choosing, and Bice has redeemed their gold piece and says, I will take any magic pack that's legal in standard. Okay. I like the stipulation. Let's see. Let's do a Strixhaven. We haven't opened a Strixhaven in a while. Let's see what we can do here. Cat missed 100 bits because he's going to drop 50 bucks on the Stranger Things magic cards.
Sweet.
And Sector 7G come with the Twitch Prime resub. Alright, so the Strixhaven cards can have those archive cards. Counted 10 common, so no foil pack, but we do have the archive card. So we got Decisive Denial, fan of that one. Honor Troll, Umbral Juke, not bad. Your rare card and Bice is Silver Quill Command. 2 white black, where you get a bunch of modal options at sorcery speed. Not bad. And your mystical archive card is Eliminate. Hell yeah. There you go. You know what? We actually have a lot of Strixhaven packs. Let's open another. Why not? I forgot that there are mystical archive cards, so we could get some extra exciting stuff in here. Oh, this is a set booster. I'm sorry. I wanted to open up a regular one. This is a set booster. Demon Realize. All right, sure. Yeah, why not? There's the art card that came into it. So who fucking knows with this pack? All right, let's see what we got. Necrotic Fumes. Witherbloom Campus. We got a Witherbloom pack, it looks like. Yep. Essence Infusion. Star Pupil. Mascot Interception. Practical Research. Explosive Welcome. Any rare cards? Oh, our first rare, Dramatic Finale. What's after that? Mystical Archive card, Claim the Firstborn, and a foil Arrogant Poet. Okay, well, not a super exciting set booster pack, but there we go. I'll give you a little bit of a bonus, but there you go. Thank you so much, Inbites, really appreciate it. As for everyone else, I hope you're ready for a new set review. I haven't done one of these. It's honestly not that long ago. Now that these sets are coming out so quickly. How am I feeling about the new Blood Tokens pre-release? I don't know yet. So I actually have not looked at all the cards. So this not only will be a new set review, I don't even know what's all in there. So a lot of this will be kind of... me learning as much as I am reviewing it. So these usually end up taking quite some time, which is why we started the stream a little bit earlier. But with that, let's just get right into it. Let's start up the set review. You guys ready? Okay, so because we do want to go and look through these from a limited standpoint, the best way to start is to look at the gold cards, because this is your signpost on commons. These will give you the idea of generally what the color pairs want to do together, how they want to function together. And that's usually pretty important to know, just so that, because that general idea matters when going through all the different colors and grading through them. So we're gonna start with the gold cards. By the way, as I'm doing this, I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on all of this. We'll be using the A through D or A through F scales. Boo boop. Okay, so starting off, there's a rare Dorothy Vengeful Victim. White blue for 4/4 flying. When it attacks or blocks, sacrifice it at the end of combat. Okay. So it looks like right away we can tell from this, blue-white is going to be doing a lot of disturb stuff, like what we saw from, I'm sorry, let's go up a little bit. Like what we saw from in Midnight Hunt. Only now, like, when these get disturbed out, they don't come back as creatures. A lot of them are coming back as auras. So now it says enchant creature. Enchanted creature becomes whenever this creature attacks. Oh, whenever this creature attacks, create a 4/4 white spirit token with flying that's tapped and attacking, sacrifice it at the end of combat. Oh, damn. I didn't fully read this card. This is fucking awesome. Okay, yeah, so you get a huge blocker or a huge flying threat or something that can set you up for very good blocks or very good air attacking. And then afterwards, whenever you're in a position that you can attack, you enchant this onto one of your creatures and get an extra 4/4 flyer in there. I like that a lot. It being a one-off makes it a bit harder to use. And it does make your target aura card, pretty vulnerable. However, though, like, this is such a good late game card, or even like a board stall card. I like it a lot. I would put this at like a B+. Putting that on a hexproof duder. If there are hexproof cards in this set, I doubt it, because there's a lot of like aura things. But yes. Yeah, B+ for Dora 3. It seems good. That's the rare. The uncommon is the Brine Combiner, which is 1 white and a blue for 1/1 spirit. When it enters the battlefield or becomes the target of an aura spell, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. So you're paying 3 mana for a 1/1, but you also get a 1/1 flyer right away. So 2 creatures spread across 2 bodies. For 3 mana, a little under. But then if you ever put any auras on the Brine Combiner, then you get extra 1/1 light spirits. On its own doesn't seem awesome, because like that's a lot of auras just to get a bunch of 1/1s. Unless the aura cards are that amazing. What does it disturb out as? It becomes its own aura, of course. Same effect. When it enters the battlefield or the enchanted creature becomes a target, make another 1/1 flyer. So this is a means of recurring a lot of 1/1 white flyers. I'm much less excited about this one. Again, I could be super wrong, because if the aura support is there for it, then it could be good. But aura in limited is typically not great. Yeah, I'm just really not into this one. I'm leaning a C-. Yeah. Tentative C minus, unless the aura support really is like that super good for it, and I just don't know about it yet. That's where I'm at. Blue-black for the Skull Scob. Blue-black 2/2 zombie with exploit. When it says when it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature, and whenever a creature you control exploits a non-token creature, you get a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Sure. So blue-black's got a sacrifice theme through exploit. And you can sacrifice any creature, but this really wants you to sacrifice non-token creatures to get you the 2/2 black zombie creature tokens. They don't have decay or anything, they're just 2/2s. This is great against any kind of enchantment removal, or say any kind of 1/1 that no longer has value or whatever. An important thing to note with these exploit triggers is that you can target itself if you wanted to. Like Skull Scob could come down as a 2/2 and then exploit itself. That doesn't really help you with this particular one, but we'll have to see what if there's any good like exploit or when this creature die cards making Skull Scob that much better. I assume there's going to be. And if you get multiples of these, well then you're just really getting the value out of it. The only downside is like the exploit only happens once whenever the Skull Scob enters the battlefield, so you kind of got to pick and choose when you play it. But early on, it's a 2/2 for 2. In the late game, if you need to get rid of some garbage or upgrade a 1-drop or something, you can help out. Overall, though, just kind of okay. I'd still just give it a C. Just based on stat block and the effect only happening once. Again, I really think I could be completely wrong on this one, and maybe there's a lot of creatures that want to die for more effects. Farmcat, thanks for gifting out a sub to Furry Tractor. Next, Runo Stromkirk. Oh, this is the Stromkirk guy, like the Stromkirk Blood Thief from the previous set. Blazing Salvo, also the Twitch Prime. Thank you, guys. So Runo is the gold rare. 1 blue-black for a 1/4 flyer. Okay. It's a defensive card. When it enters the battlefield, put up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. You may reveal that card. If it's a creature card with mana value 6 or greater, transform him. And what does he become? Krathus, Lord of the Deep, a 3/5 flyer. And then whenever he attacks, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. If that creature is a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent, create 2 of those tokens instead. Alright. How many Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent creatures are in this set? Jack Spada! Right? This is a big flying body, but having 6 mana creatures or blue or black seems like it's going to be weird. Because not only that, you need to have that card. If you have it in your library, then you can set yourself up for it, but only when it enters the battlefield. But if you know you got them, like he could have value later, I suppose. I mean, I would be happy playing this just as a big 1/4 blocker, playing with more of a blue-black control deck. And along with Skull Scob, like, that kind of fits. Can it target itself? Good question. Nope, it says another. And he's also legendary, so if you target it itself, the legendary rule would apply. Legendary rule? Yeah, the legendary rule says you can only have 1 copy of a legendary creature out. Yeah, I don't know about this guy. I think his ability to flip is going to be minimal. So for the most part, he's got a nice flying defender, which puts him at like a C+ range. Yeah, if you're playing like a blue-black control deck, he's a great body for that. And then if you happen to have big creatures, which if you're playing blue-black control and you want late-game creatures, he can certainly do that. Again, depends on the speed of the format. If 6 mana cards or even like... Yeah, not really a first pickable card. I agree there. So, like, I'm sitting at a C+ for this guy. One sec. You need graveyard setup. Not necessarily for Refractor. Graveyard setup would make it is the most ideal way, but even if you don't have anything in your graveyard, you could also just put a creature card from your... I guess that's another way to look at it. He does also put your best creature from your graveyard back on top of your library. So if you end up... If there's like a really good creature that you want back, like, again, something defensive like a Death Toucher or maybe a win condition, he can help you get it back. So that does make it a little bit better. I'd still say like C+, B- range on it, but I'd say C+. Moving on. Red-black. The Blood Tithe Harvester, black-red for a vampire. That's a 3/2. That's awesome. When it enters the battlefield, you create a blood token. I know blood token is one of the big new mechanics, which is artifact, pay 1, discard a card, sacrifice it, draw a card. That's actually kind of tight. Wow, that alone gives this card a lot of value. Like, if this is just black-red for a 3/2 with a token that can help you ditch away some flooded lands later on. Yeah. This already seems great, but he also has an ability where it's tap, sacrifice, Blood Tithe Harvester. Target creature gets -X until end of turn, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control. Ooh, activate only as a sorcery. Okay. So black-red's going to be about blood tokens. Maybe some sacrifice theme in there. This guy seems great. I actually really like him. So, yeah, just black-red for a 3/2, you're already above the vanilla test. So that alone seems good. But it also gets you a blood token, which you can use for other things that care about blood tokens, which I believe is going to be quite a bit. And then in the late game where he can't attack anymore, you can sacrifice him to take out one of your opponent's creatures. He seems really good. I like him. I'd give him like a B. Yeah, the sorcery speed is a bit of a bummer. And the thing is, like, the give a creature -X, remember, you sacrifice him and not a blood token. If you could, like, sacrifice blood tokens to give creatures -X, he would be phenomenal. But on himself does make sense, so. Yeah, I like him enough. I'd say it's a very solid B. Their rare card is Angie, Maid of Dishonor. 2 black-red for a legendary vampire. That's a 4/5? Jesus shit, okay. Whenever Angie enters the battlefield or one or more other vampires enter the battlefield under control, create a blood token. Fucking hell, okay. Pay 2, sacrifice another creature or a blood token. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life? Are you fucking kidding me? She's fantastic. What the fuck? That's incredibly good. And that's just at rare? Yeah, like compare her ability versus Runo. Like you get a 4 mana gets you a very big creature. You get a blood token right away, so you already can set up sacrifice. If you're able to untap with her, play any other vampires, you're getting more blood tokens. You can sack creatures to start draining the opponent, or sack blood tokens to drain the opponent. Damn. I mean, like, my first conservative thought was an A-, but I think she just might be an A. Yeah, this is like a... This is definitely one of those, when this hits the battlefield, your opponent, like, has to deal with it. Otherwise, things are going to get out of control for them right away. Yeah. I'm going to go just flat out A. I love it. Yeah, I'd say A. You say A- because the token is once per turn? It does say this ability only triggers once each turn, which does limit it a little bit, but even just out if you just get the 1, it's incredible. I'd still say A. Next is Olivia. She's back, everybody. Crimson Bride. I almost read that as Crimson Blade, but Crimson Bride makes more sense. 4 black, red for a flying haste 3/4. Whenever she attacks, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking with... Oh, when you don't control a legendary vampire, exile this creature. Wow, oh, that's really brutal. So, right away she attacks as a 3/4. And when you attack, you bring like your best thing back onto the battlefield, also attacking. And then if the tapped attacking thing also dies, it just goes back to the graveyard. It only gets exile if you don't control the vampire noble. Yeah, this puts a lot of pressure onto your opponent. The 6 mana cost is concerning. Again, like, if this ends up being like Midnight Hunt, where getting up to 6 mana and playing 6 mana cards is a little bit more common, she'd be better, but if the set ends up being a little more aggressive than that, then she becomes a little bit worse. I think I like Angie a bit more just for the mana cost and efficiency of her. But this is absolutely another, when she hits the battlefield, opponent has to deal with it or they're going to lose. I still think she's good. I'd lean a bit more towards A- though. I think I like Angie more than Olivia. Olivia into Angie, or Angie into Olivia. I mean, that's... Guys, remember, think about like playing sealed or draft. The likelihood of you being able to draft Angie and Olivia, pretty low. Yes, having both is ideal. I agree. But we gotta look at them just on their own. Shadowwalker with 100 bits inscription booster pack opening, please. No, I don't want to be cursed. Yeah. A minus. I like Angie more. Still good. Don't get me wrong. Still good. All right. We'll move on. Red green. Child of the pack. 2 red green for a 2/5 human werewolf. They're werewolves, huh? 2 red green. Just make werewolf creatures. Oh my god. It's Little Red Riding Hood. On the wolf. I get it. Yo, what's up, Strider? Have you looked at these yet? Right? That's the straight up Little Red Riding Hood. Okay. Before I even look at the flip side, 4 mana for a 2/5, that's a lot of toughness, so she's going to be hard to kill and can block very well, and you're just generating extra tokens to dump your mana. I actually like that. So, what do they flip to? Becomes a 5/5 trample. Other creatures you control get +1/+0. That's big. I actually like this one. So basically, she can make a bunch of 2/2s, or even like, you play her in turn 4, right? And you got a 2/5 that's probably going to be difficult to deal with. And then if you manage to untap with her, you just make another wolf right away, cast nothing else. It goes to night, and then you immediately have a 3/2 out and a 6/5 trample. I actually like that. Even just being able to create tokens. I put it at a B+. Yeah, B+. We'll stick with that. I'm going to Vegas. Yeah, I decided. Especially now that the Endwalker expansion got delayed, I don't feel as bad about it. Next, Halana and Elena partners. 2 red-green for a legendary human ranger. That's a 2/3. First strike and reach. Okay. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put X +1/+1 counters on another target creature you control, where X is Halana and Elena's power. That creature gains haste until end of turn. Oh, it can't target itself. Damn. If it could target itself, it'd been fucking awesome, because it could just come down as a 4/5 first strike haste reach. Actually, that's probably exactly why they didn't let you do that. 2 +1/+1. 2 +1/+1 counters on something. It feels like a weirdly aggressive, more of an aggressive card compared to like Child of the Pack that wants you to spend time setting up and pumping mana. The fact that it's +1/+1 counters and not just +1/+1 until end of turn is very good. Yeah, and if you can just choose not to attack and just get the counters out. So you're essentially, you play this your first main phase for 4 mana. you are getting 4 power and 5 toughness out of stats if you have another creature. And then for some reason you don't, you still have a 2/3 first strike creation. It still seems very good to me. I'd put it at B+. Yeah, let's say B+. By the way, I know like a lot of other people have already done their Crimson VOW set reviews. So at some point I would love to, I'm very curious as to what everyone else is giving these. But again, I think a very, very important tool you can get for yourself to become better at Limited is to do these kinds of set reviews for yourself. Because then, like, being able to look at a card and grade it for yourself is important. So it looks like red-green, though, is generally going to be just kind of wolves and big dick swinging once more. Next is Torrens, Fist of the Angels, and we're going into the green-white. 1 green-white for 2/2 with Training. Training is the reverse mentor mechanic from Ravnica. Whenever you cast a creature spell, create a 1/1 green and white human soldier token with Training. Oh, okay. I like them. He doesn't have as much innate power as we've seen from the other gold rare cards. But he's certainly a... So green-white's going to be Training and go wide once more. Like, even if you don't attack and you just start putting out tons and tons and tons of, like, 1/1 creatures, and then you get one solid wide attack, and with the Training, like, they can all bounce off of each other, and you get them all into, like, 2/2s right away. We'll have to see if there's a bunch of, board pumps. So that said, he is a bit slower and takes more setup compared to the other cards, so he's not as strong, but I see what they're going for here. I'm going to lean him at a B-. Next up is Sigardian Paladin. 2 green-white for a 4/4. Good stats. As long as you've put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature this turn, the Paladin gets Trample and Lifelink. 1 green-white, target creature control with a +1/+1 counter on it gains Trample and Lifelink until end of turn. Interesting. So there's also got a little bit of a Lifelink going on. Yeah, green-white, +1/+1 counters, maybe going wide. Still seems good. I actually like her more than Torrens. We'll have to see how many other green-white cards put +1/+1 counters on dudes, though. She seems like a B, though. Easy B. I'd be happy first picking this. Yeah, if there's a bunch of Training in green-white, it's really easy to set this up. And this is instant speed, too. Yeah, I actually like her. I like her. B. Next. Kaya Geist Hunter. One white-black for a new Planeswalker, 3 loyalty. Her +1 is creatures you control gain Death Touch until end of turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature token you control. Okay. Her -2 is until end of turn if 1 or more tokens that would be created under your control. Make twice that many instead. And her -6 is exile all cards from all graveyards. Then create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying for each card exiled this way. Three-mana Planeswalkers are good because, you know, you get them out. For 3 mana, like, your opponent wants to deal with them. But as a Planeswalker in a limited standpoint, this is not great. So usually when you're playing Draft or Sealed and you get a Planeswalker, one of the most important things you can look at a Planeswalker is what they can do to protect themselves. Which usually means they have a plus or minus ability that creates a creature, kills an opponent's creature, or temporarily disables an opponent's creature, or anything like that. And if they don't have that, it's harder for them to land and stick and stay alive. And like getting your creatures Death Touch until end of turn, and you attack in, there's a good chance your opponent just doesn't attack anyway, and they attack Kaya afterwards. If it's Death Touch until end of your opponent's turn, then hell yeah. Because then you got Death Touch blockers, but it doesn't do that. And just a +1/+1 counter on only hits a creature token. I don't know how many creature tokens are going to be available in black-white, but that's still pretty narrow. I mean, her -2 ability does say make more tokens, but I don't believe that's what black-white is about. So I am pretty down on Kaya. It's still a Planeswalker. I want to give her a C, but it might be worse than that depending on creature token generation in black or white. I haven't looked at all the other cards, but I'm not into it. Come back to her later? Might have to, yeah. Next, Markov Purifier, 1 white black for a Vampire Cleric with lifelink, 2/3 lifelink. Yeah. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, you may pay 2. If you do, draw a card. Yeah. Interestingly, you can only use his draw a card ability at your own end step. You cannot do it on any other time. So you have to gain life on your turn, which means you want to attack with Markov. And as a 2/3, he's better defensively than offensively. He could, if you're on the play and you can curve out with him, he gets that much better. But black-white definitely seemed to be a vampire lifelink. I still like him, though, because being able to draw a card off any amount of life gain. I mean, drawing cards in black and white is good regardless. Seems alright. I'd rather grab him than Kaya at first. Not amazing, but still good. I put him at B- right now. Next, Edgar, Charmed Groom. 2 white black for a 4/4 legendary vampire. Other vampires you control get +1/+1. So we got a vampire lord. And then when he dies, return it to the battlefield transformed. What do you become? An aura? Oh, legendary artifact. His coffin. At the beginning of your upkeep, make a 1/1 white and black vampire creature token with lifelink and put a bloodline counter on Edgar Markov's coffin. Then if there are 3 or more bloodline counters on it, remove these counters and transform it back. Holy fuck. At your upkeep, make a 1/1. Holy crap, he's amazing. So you start making 1/1s. And then if you manage to keep your 1/1s around and he transforms back, all your 1/1s are suddenly 2/2 lifelinkers. I like that a lot. Red Mage, thank you for the 100 bits. So the only way to deal with him is either exile or have artifact removal, which is so narrow that it looks really good. Nope, I think that's great. Every turn is just making you chump blockers or whatever it is you need or setting yourself up. I like that a lot. I think he's an A minus. Again, 4 mana 4/4 on its own is awesome. If you have other vampires, your board just gets stronger, and if for some reason he dies, defensively, you're setting yourself up for 1/1s right away. Offensively, they take him out. He's gonna certainly take out whatever it is he's attacking, and you're gonna start getting 1/1s on top of that. No, I think Edgar is very good. A minus for Edgar. Like him a lot. Blue-red. Eruth? The Tormented Prophet. 1 blue and a red. Oh, this is a rare red-blue wizard. It's a 2/4. If you would draw a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library instead. You may play those cards this turn. Oh, okay. So for 3 mana, you get a 2/4 that lets you draw 2 every turn instead. That rules. It is important that it says play and not cast, which means if you exile a land, you can still play the land. No, that's very good. I like Eruth. Yeah, clean. B+. I don't believe there's a whole lot here to talk about or argue. Yeah. B+ for Aerith. Next. Wandering Mind. 1 blue and a red for a 2/1 flying horror. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature, non-land card from among them and put them in your hand. Rest onto the bottom in any order. Okay, so we got the blue-red spells matter theme again. Good. Yeah, just all right. 3 mana 2/1 flyer. Awesome. And you manage to get a spell off of the top, usually. Still good. Yeah, not bad. C+. Yeah, as always, red, blue. They like their spells. You can also lose from decking out. With Aerith, you could. Or Eruth. Because you are drawing 2 a turn. So, like, if you got 9 cards left in your deck and you play this, danger. But still, it's good. Just the card advantage alone is very good. And it's very defensive. Next. Old Rutstein. 1 black-green for a legendary human peasant. It's a 1/4. When Old Rutstein enters the battlefield or at the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. If it's a land, make a treasure. If it's a creature, make a 1/1 green insect. If it's a non-creature, non-land, make a blood token? Pfft. Yeah. Doesn't replace your draw? Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't replace your draw step, you're right. I mean, if you're down to like no cards left in your library though, you've lost. Unless you can perfectly board stall in such a way that your opponent decks out first. Anyway, this is an interesting thing for black-red. This is great. Because no matter what you mill, you're getting something out of it. It's either mana ramp, card advantage, or even just like a little 1/1 to have. That's awesome. I like him a lot. I would say a solid B for him. Maybe B+. But I think B. I'm assuming Black-Red's got another like Graveyard Matters theme. He's like a weird... He's like a weird defensive creature. Blood tokens are not card advantage, though. Sure they are. If you're discarding a card you don't need and you're drawing another card instead, and you're getting further into your deck, that's card advantage. It's not the same as like 2-for-1ing your opponent in that sense. But if you're getting ahead in your deck over your opponent, you are getting ahead. Next, Ancient Lumberknot, 2 green-black for another 1/4. Each creature you control with toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. What? Is green-black like a weird high toughness creature combo? Really? Golgari's butts matter. Okay. Interesting. I don't hate it. Okay. So we got green-black dead-ass decks. Which, again, until you get something like Ancient Lumberknot out, you just have like a lot of very defensive cards. So green-black could just be on a slower control-y side. I'm going to be really fascinated to see what else they can do. See, that's a weird setup because that makes it seem like green-black is going to be a lot about high toughness, low power creatures. And without Ancient Lumberknot, I feel like those cards aren't going to be able to do much. Based on this alone, without seeing the other cards, it seems like green-black is going to be extremely reliant on having this uncommon, otherwise it's not going to work, which makes me down on green-black drafting in general. I worry about that for the whole color pair. Card on its own, it's essentially a 4-mana 4/4, which is great. So, C+. And if you got all the other butts to go with it, he becomes that much better. Next is red-white Audric Blood Curse. What's up, Audric? Good to see you again. 1 red-white for 3/3 Vampire Soldier. 3 mana 3/3. Great. When you enter the battlefield, create X blood tokens, where X is the number of abilities from all of them. Okay. So he himself has nothing. He's a 3 mana 3/3. Which is solid. So 3 mana 3/3 is a C+. And then if you happen to have anything else, you get a little bit of blood out of it. Which I assume red-white's going to be on the aggro side again. I think more often than not, he's just going to be a 3 mana 3/3. I think he's just a C+, just because he's a 3 mana 3/3. If you happen to get 1 blood token out of it, great. But he himself can't use the blood tokens, which is kind of a bummer. Huh. Poor Audric. Yeah, I got C+ for this one. Am I missing something? Yeah, I agree, Advice. Like, what would make him that much better is if he alone had haste. A 3 mana 3/3 haste, sure, that's whatever. But then he also has the ability. That would make sure he at least targets himself, and you get 1 blood token out of it. Without that, though, he's probably just going to be a 3-mana 3/3. Yeah, C+ for Odric. Not stoked. Not stoked. Like, if you're playing red-white, like, you're not unhappy putting this into your deck, but I'm not going to pack one, pick one of this homeboy. And be like, we're playing red-white, baby! That said, what else is red-white about? The Markov Waltzer. 2 red-white for, Vampire. That's a 1/3 flying haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 2 target creatures you control each get +1/+0 until end of turn. So at minimum, he's a 4-mana 2/3 flying haste. That still seems understated for 4 mana? I mean, it certainly makes it seem like red-white wants to be on the aggressive play, since defensively you're playing 4 mana for a 1/3 flyer. I don't love it. I mean, I'm like that he can at least target himself. And he doesn't have to attack. He could just stay back as a 1/3 flyer and give your other creatures +1/+0. He doesn't have to attack with it. It still seems weird. I kind of lean... I'm leaning C- for him. Maybe he might be a little bit better depending on the other red-white cards, but on his own, I don't love it. Maybe a B? Nah, I don't think he's anywhere near a B. I think he only gets a B if you have like the ideal board set up. If you're like wide enough. Maybe there's like a bunch of red or white 1-drops that I don't know about. I don't know. I don't love it. I'm lead C-, maybe C if like there's the cards support this kind of aggro play. It's weird. All right, I'll move on. Next, Vile Spawn Spider. Green and blue for a 2/3 reach. Hell yeah. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. Okay. Pay 2 green and blue to sacrifice the Vile Spawn Spider. Create a 1/1 green insect creature token for each creature card in your graveyard. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so green blue's probably got the self-mill thing going on again, much like they did in Midnight Hunt had a little bit of a self-mill theme because you wanted to be able to flashback your stuff as much as possible. 2/3 for 2 mana is great. And I like that he can stay defensive, so that in the late game, when you have a bunch of creature cards in your graveyard, you can sack them and just go wide. And what's great about this effect is because you sacrifice Vile Spawn Spider, and then the trigger happens, he targets himself. So, nothing else, you can pay 4 to make him into at least a 1/1, plus whatever else is in your graveyard. If there's like at least 2 of theirs and you can get 3 1/1s out of there and start going wide that way, not bad. That's a good point, Luso. With vampires being a heavier theme in this set, there could be a lot of flying, making Vile Spawn Spider that much better. That said, he's not going to, like, destroy your opponent or really ramp you into winning the game, but he looks like a good enabler. I'd say he's a B-. depending on how many other Disturb or Flashback cards there are. I don't think there's any Flashback. I might be wrong. Yeah, I got B- for him.
Stay tuned, Mega fans. The next exciting episode of Mega Ring.
Yeah, I wouldn't see this and be like, hell yeah, we're going green-blue. But if I am drafting green-blue, I would love to have it in the deck. Next is Grolnak, the Omnivore. 2 green and blue for a legendary frog. That's a 3/3. Whenever a frog you control attacks, mill 3 cards. So there's this health mill. That's a frog, so himself plus others. Whenever a permanent card is put into your graveyard from your library, exile it with the Croak counter. You may play lands and cast spells from among your cards you own with Croak counters on them. Oh, wow. 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 So, he could essentially be 4 mana for a 3/3, attack with any frog, draw 3. I don't know how many other frogs are in the deck, or in the set. I assume not a lot. But even just for his own. Croaking Counterpart? Yeah, but that was in Midnight Hunt. That's not going to be in Crimson Vow. Yeah, I think the best way to look at him is that he's a 4 mana 3/3 where if you attack, you draw 3. I like him. B. The downside being is if Grolnak dies, all those milled cards are gone forever. But yeah, this is a great setup for self-mill. Because even if whatever's making you mill, Grolnak's going to help make sure you can cast it. I wonder if you're playing green-blue then, and you got these enablers, you want to have less spells like sorceries or instants available and just focus on permanents. It could be like a creature-heavy color. Interesting. I like him, though. I'd say B. So that said, based on the color pairs alone, red-black looks very powerful to me. I like the white-black. And then depending on enablers, green-blue could be good. But yeah, those are the gold cards. So now we got an idea of what the colors are looking to do. We got blue-white, Disturb Auras, blue-black, Sacrifice, Zombies. Red-black, Blood and Sacrifice. Red-green is Big Butt Werewolves. Green-white is going wide with counters. Black-white is Lifelink Vampires. Red-blue Spells. Green-black Butts. Red-white Aggro. And blue-green Self-Mill. That's what I got out of it. Alright. And with all that done, let's start going through the colors, starting with white. Hopeful Initiate. A rare 1 mana 1/2 with training. 2 and a white, remove 2 +1/+1 counters from among creatures you control. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. That seems fine. Again, wouldn't be willing to slam dunk this as like a first pick by any means. But a 1 mana 1/2 that as soon as you attacks with like a single 2-drop becomes a 2/3. Yeah. Seems fine. I give him a B. Ooh, that's a great point for a Retractor. There could be a lot of enchantments going on in the set because of Disturb. Have you ever considered going a retrospective review on the sets? If I would do that, Edgara, if I were like, if I was someone focused on making like Magic the Gathering content. You know what I mean? Like if I had a YouTube channel designed for Magic or a podcast or whatever, then I would. I like him. I think he's a B. Next, Allenbach Escort, 1 mana for a 1/1 Vigilance. Oh, okay. Sacrifice Allenbach Escort. Target creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it gains a lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. I like that part. And if there's enough white +1/+1 counters going around, and that your 1 mana can help protect them, plus gain some life, I love it. Why the 1/1 Vigilance? I don't know. Like the 1/1, sure, I get that. Why does it have Vigilance? Still solid. I like the protection it provides. I think it's an easy C+ for Allenbach. I like her. Piercing Light. 1 white mana instant. Deal 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Scry 1. It's a new Selfless Savior. It is, but it's a little bit more narrow compared to Selfless Savior because your creature has to have a +1/+1 counter on it. Piercing Light is a reprint. Oh, look at the old Innistrad symbol in there. That's neat. Yeah, it's just kind of okay. Not unhappy playing this, you know, because white typically doesn't get a whole lot of like damage-based removal or anything like that. It's okay. This is like a C minus card that could very easily get sideboarded out depending on what you're facing. Like if you're against the green-black Butts Matter, this card gets significantly worse. But yeah, I'd probably lean C minus for Piercing Light. It's an okay like 21st, 22nd, 23rd card for your deck. Next up, Radiant Grace. A 1 mana aura. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has Vigilance. Sure. But then when the enchanted creature dies, this transforms and comes back as Radiant Restraints. And creatures enchanted players control enter the battlefield tapped. That's fascinating. So it goes from an aura to an aura curse? I don't hate this card. Giving something for spending 1 mana to give something +1/+0 is fine, but because they're vigilant, you can start swinging in, either trading out for an opponent's creature or maybe getting some damage in, but you still have a blocker set back. And like if you're an aggressive deck, like red-white, and you can make it so that all your opponent's creatures come to play tapped, helping you make sure you can get in for attacks. This actually seems pretty solid. I don't hate this card. That's so weird. That said, it's not like an amazing power card, but I still like it quite a bit. I'm going to give this a C+, weirdly. Don't hate it. This seems like a really, really good for aggressive decks. Or if you got any kind of flyer, it makes your flyer that much better. And if your opponent deals with your flyer, like you kind of punish them for it anyway. These kind of auras that can come back like this helps you get rid of that feeling of being 2 for 1. Because that's usually the downsides of aura cards. Like, you know, you play your creature, you put a aura card on top of it, and then someone kills that creature, you're down 2 cards. But this makes it just come right back and still get an effect out of it. Yeah. I actually kind of like it. C+ for Radiant Grace. That is fascinating. Very fascinating to me. Moving on. There's a lot of 1-drops. My god. Traveling Minister. For human clerics. 1 mana, 1/1. Tap. Target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. You gain a life. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay. So the Traveling Minister there is to set up your trainees. Yeah. The sorcery speed is a bit of a bummer. So it doesn't block well. It's certainly more of an aggressive card. This card is going to find its home best in green, white, and red, white. Oh no, it does give you plus white, so it can work in black, white too. Yeah, this card actually works in all of those different archetypes. Does not work in white, blue. Everywhere else, though, pretty solid. I like it. See. There's so many 1-drops. There's another one, Unholy Officiant. Another 1-mana, 1/2 Vampire Cleric with fucking Vigilance. 4 and a white, put a +1/+1 counter on Unholy Officiant. Fine. This card is going to be solid in sealed, because sealed games are usually slower and you got time to dump your mana into stuff like this. Spending a lot of mana, a lot of time to make it that much better. Less stoked about this one. I don't believe it's unplayable though. Of all the 1-drops, I find this one the least exciting, but not terrible. C- for Unholy Officiant. Maybe D+. Yeah, D+. It's more of a filler card. Next. Adamant Will. Classic reprint. 1 and a white instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 and indestructible to end a turn. Yep. That is a perfectly reasonable combat trick / protective spell. C-. Moving on. If you have 2 Unholy Officiants, does both of them get +1/+1? No. It's just itself. Right? Oh, it would just be like, say, +1/+1 counter on each creature named Unholy Officiant that you control. Next is Bride's Gown, an artifact. 1 and a white equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. It gets an additional +0/+2 and has first strike as long as an equipment named Groom's Finery is attached to a creature you control. Equip 2. So it's a 4-mana, give creature +2/+0. If you have whatever Groom's Finery is, better. But that's a lot of mana. This is one of those. It's actually been a hot minute since we saw an artifact equipment come down that doesn't say attached directly to a creature you control. Groom's Finery is 1 black. That's too many maybes for equipment. It seems way too slow. I'm at like a D for Bride's Gown. If you're white-black and you got the Groom's Finery, it becomes a little bit better, but you need both cards out and have both equipped to really make these go off. Interestingly, the way this is worded, you could put the Bride's Gown and the Groom's Finery on 1 creature. Yeah, D for Bride's Gown. Not into it. Next. Circle of Confinement. 1 and a white enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or less. Okay, a classic white enchantment-based exile removal. Whenever an opponent casts a vampire spell with the same name as the card exiled with Circle of Confinement, gain 2 life. Okay, this is a cheap artifact-based removal that can hit your opponent's smaller creatures, which, for 2 mana, not bad. If you hit a larger creature against your opponent, you do get a small mana advantage with it. The likelihood of the second part of the card, pretty low. Although if you are hitting a mana value 1, 2, or 3, or especially 2 drops, if you're facing like Vampire, Tribal, or whatever, maybe you could, but really don't rely on it. So for the most part, it's mana-based enchantment. It's still just a C because it is sorcery speed and can only hit smaller creatures, but exile removal is solid. So C. Next, Dawnhart Geist. 1 and a white. For a 1/3 Spirit Warlock and uncommon. When you cast an enchantment spell, you gain 2 life. Sure. So this is certainly... It feels like this wants to have a home in the blue deck. Yeah, this is a blue deck card. Even though, like, you could see putting white enchantments or auras in any of the other color pairs. But those color pairs are looking to be a bit more aggressive, and Dawnhart Geist is not aggressive. Yeah. It's just kind of whatever. For blue-white, solid defensive body, C-. Just not stoked about the effect. Does that seem reasonable? It could fit with the black-white life gain. It could if black and white is playing a lot of enchantments. But like, since so many of the blue-white creatures come back as auras, it fits better in blue-white. Yeah, it could have an effect in all the other color pairs, but it's going to work best in blue-white, is what I'm saying. You're not wrong. Yeah, it's okay. Next, Drogskull Infantry. A 2-mana 2/2. Yeah. And then with the disturb cost, it comes back as Drogskull Armaments. That's an awesome picture. That's fucking cool. Like this spirit, sword, and shield this guy just picks up. I like that. It's an aura where a enchanted creature gets +2/+2. Hell yeah. I'd be happy playing this. This could fit in any deck. Like a 2-mana 2/2 that gets you value for whenever he dies and helps one of your other things become bigger. I'll actually like that. Four mana is a lot for a +2/+2 aura. But the fact that your 2/2 can still be disturbed out later for better value when you don't have anything else to play, I actually like this quite a bit. I think it's an easy C+ for Drogskull Infantry. You love playing 2-mana 2/2s, and it comes right back. Yeah, I like it. It makes your cards that care about training better. It has like aura payoffs. Any kind of evasion creature becomes better with it. I'm into like the disturb auras. That's fascinating. Yeah, C+ for Drogskull Infantry. Next, Fierce Retribution. 1 and a white for a common instant. Oh, this is our first cleave spell. So it's destroy target attacking creature. Or, for 6 total mana, destroy target creature. I think you're happy playing this in white. This is significantly better than the, Piercing Light. I'd rather pick up more of these than I would Piercing Lights. 2 damage for 1 mana is whatever, but 2 mana to kill an attacker, better. Cards like this make it so your aggressive decks become better, because then you're less worried about the crackbacks. And then in a board stall, and you've got 6 mana out, being able to pop off your opponent's best creature overall, this actually seems pretty good to me. It's stipulation early on, but still fine. Do I like the new cleave mechanic? The way I personally read the cleave mechanic is just a lot of words to say kicker cost. You know what I mean? Like if they said kicker for the same amount, destroy target creature instead. This fancy kicker, yeah. Still, I'm happy with it. I still think it's a C for Fierce Retribution. I'm happy with 1. Not opposed for 2, but anything more than that will probably get towards the clunky side. Next. Fleeting Spirit, 1 and a white. For a 3/1 creature spirit. 1 white mana, exile 3 cards from your graveyard. Fleeting Spirit gains first strike until end of turn. Discard a card, exile Fleeting Spirit. Return it to the battlefield under its control, owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Okay. Plus translating the cards to other languages makes it harder. Ooh, that's a good point. Goes to Hypnos. Ow. A lot of that sounds like not my problem. Something Wizards needs to figure out, or has to figure out. Three mana 3/1 is great for aggression, that it can protect itself. I actually kind of like that it sets itself up to be not as punishing for protecting itself, because at some point you can start exiling your garbage cards to get a 3/1 first strike, right? Not flying? First strike would have been nicer. Yeah, not bad. Aggressive decks will not be unhappy having a 3 mana 3/1. Seems fine to me. C-. Next, Lantern Flare. A rare instant, 1 and a white. Deal X damage to target creature or planeswalker, where X is the number of creatures you control. Or you can cleave it for X red, white. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay. This almost has like modal support. If you've got a bunch of creatures, more creatures than you do mana, it's better just to cast it for the 2. But if you don't have the creatures, then you could pump the red mana into it to do that much better. That's fascinating. I actually like it. This does the best in green-white, because we see a lot of cards there that seem to care about going wide. But it's fine in white-black. It's fine in white-blue. It's best in red-white, yes, but it has a home in every one of those colors. I kind of like this. My thought is B-. We'll assume it's like a 2 mana deal 2 most of the time. Because even in red, you need to pay 5 mana to get a better deal than that. Yeah, I like it enough. I would say B-. Maybe it's one of those B- and red-white, C+ everywhere else kind of cards. It could be. I don't know. Isn't it worse than the white deal 2 damage? I mean, not necessarily, Luso, because, again, if you're in the late game in your red-white and there's a board stall, and you got like 7 mana laying around doing nothing, blasting something for 5 and getting 5 life is a pretty big deal. Oops. But in the wider decks, this can get that much better and better. If you have an empty board state, though, and you don't have red, this card is worthless, and that sucks. That's like, that's worse, which is why I'm leaning C+ for Lantern Flare. Again, wouldn't first pick this by any means, but if I'm playing white, I would be more than happy picking this one up. I don't know if I'd want it in blue-white as much, because blue-white isn't going to be going as wide since your creatures disturb out its auras. Yeah, worse in blue-white. Worse in blue-white, best in red-white, but fine everywhere else. C+. Next up, Nurturing Presence. Here's an aura, 1 in a white common, enchant creature. Creature has whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control. This creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And when it enters the battlefield, you make a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Okay. Once again, works best in the green-white go-wide deck. Oh, Dems, 88. Thank you so much for the reset, by the way. So, and nothing else. You do get a 1/1 white flyer out of it. Whatever creature you put this onto basically gets +1/+1 until end of turn immediately because of the 1/1 white spirit that this comes with. And then you get sometimes buffed. I'm not into it. D+. I can see the narrow fields in which it could work. Where like if you're playing green-white and you're dropping a bunch of 1-drops or making tokens or something, but I'm not, even then. Like when you whiff and you don't have a creature coming in, this just doesn't do anything for you. Yeah, maybe D for Nurturing Presence. I just think there's better ways you can spend your mana. Where are you guys at with that? Not great, mediocre. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm a little lower than just mediocre. Yeah, let's do D. Moving on. Panicked Bystander. Join this for standard in the draft. I look at this from a limited standpoint, Grim Prism, so this is for sealed and draft. Next, Panic Bystander, 1 in a white for another 2/2 at uncommon. Okay. Whenever a Panic Bystander or another creature you control dies, you gain a life. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, transform Panicked Bystander into a Cackling Culprit. A 3/5. Whenever he dies, another creature control dies, gain 1 life. 1 in a black, he gains Death Touch until end of turn. That is hilarious. I love the flavor. The flavor of this is hilarious. The Panic Bystander is like, guards, someone's been murdered. Oh, it's horrible. It was me all along. I love that. That's hilarious. I love the flavor of this card. This is another 2/2 for 2 with great upside. Definitely going to work the best in white-black because that cares about lifelink the most. And if you can, plus then in white-black, you can activate them. But that little, as we've seen with like the Lunarch Veteran, that little bit of incremental life gain can matter a lot. This seems like a real solid card in white-black. Just a 2/2 with upside. B- in white-black. C+ in like other white decks. Moving on. Parish Blade Trainee. 1 and 2 for another 1/2 trainer. Or train with training. And when Parish Blade Trainee dies, put its counters on a target creature you control. So this reminds me a lot of the Star Pupil from Strixhaven. But I like it much less. I'm not as excited about this one. It can go off, and you can potentially get a bonus out of it, which at most maybe 1+1+1, maybe 2+1+1 counters. And we've seen a lot of the other white 2-drops just be better. Of all the white 2-drops we've seen so far, this is probably the least exciting one, but not completely worthless. So, C- for Parish Blade. Yeah, C-. Next, Sanctify. Classic reprint. 1 white, destroy target artifact or enchantment, gain 3 life at sorcery speed. This is a sideboard card. Fine pickup for sideboard. But I don't believe this is a card you want to main deck. Like, again, if you're drafting, grab one of these, because if you find yourself playing against blue-white, sideboarding this in is going to make it that much better. But yeah, just a sideboard, classic sideboards, C-. Next, good old Thalia. She's back. 1 white for 2/1 legendary human soldier at rare. It's a 2/1 first strike. Non-creature spells cost 1 or more to cast. Note that this does hit yourself on top of your opponent's non-creature spells, but she's still a 2/1 first strike for 2, which is great. So Thalia, B, moving on. Twin Blade Geist, 2 mana for a 1/1 double strike with Disturb, 2 and a white, or enchanted creature has double strike. Yep. She's essentially a 2 mana 2/2. Or essentially a 2 mana 2/1, I should say. That can make anything later on very scary. Solid. C+. Does Thalia increase disturb costs? Because you're disturbing if they're disturbing out as a non-creature, yes. Twin Blade Geist is a build around? I don't know if I would build around Twin Blade Geist. It's more like this can enhance other cards. I don't see other cards enhancing this one. Like, I'd rather have Twin Blade Geist in my deck than Parish Blade Trainee. So, still just a C+, like, it's not amazing by any means. But, happy to have it. Valorous Stance. 1 white, instant uncommon. Target creature gains indestructible to end a turn, or destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. Yeah, okay. I actually kind of like modal cards like this. It can protect one of your best creatures, or if your opponent plays a big butt, you can pop that off too. And it's at instant speed. This actually seems solid. Unlike Innistrad Midnight Hunt, the toughness 4 or greater seems like it's going to matter way more in this set than that last one, which makes it look a little bit better to me. Like, if you're facing green-black, Valorous Stance alone is already going to be awesome. But then you can also protect your creatures. I like it. I think it's a C. Yeah, solid C for Valorous Stance. Next is the Vampire Slayer. 1 white for 2/2 soldier. Whenever Vampire Slayer deals damage to a vampire, destroy that creature. Hell yeah. This is just a solid C with upside. Yeah, C. Buffy with is a nice bear with upside. Yeah. She is a C. If there happens to be a vampire out, that much better. Solid. Next, Voice of the Blessed. White for 2/2 rare spirit cleric. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Voice of the Blessed. As long as Voice of the Blessed has 4 or more +1/+1 counters on it, it has flying and vigilance. And as long as Voice of the Blessed has 10 or more +1/+1 counters as indestructible. Okay, well, it getting to 10 and your opponent not having to deal with it means they've already lost 1. So if you manage to gain 4 life 4 times while this is out, you now have a 6/6 flying vigilance. It's a Johnny's Pride Mate, but better. Depending on how much, if you can get like a bunch of life linkers, a little incremental life gain, Voice of the Blessed is bonkers good. Otherwise, it's a 2/2, where every now and then it might be a 3/3 or 4/4. Seems good. I'd still say in the right deck, easy B. Maybe I'm gonna put it as a B- on its overall, but in the right deck, it can get really good. Next, Arm the Cathars, 1 white for an uncommon sorcery until end of turn. Target creature gets +3/+1. Up to one other target creature gets +2/+2. One other target creature gets +1/+1. Those creatures gain vigilance until end of turn. Okay. That's your this is one of, this might be the only, I don't know, buff for all of your creatures. That's a lot, and the vigilance matters. I don't love the sorcery speed on it, but it makes sense because of the vigilance. That's okay. I think it's a solid C. In that green-white, go wide. Yeah, probably just a C for this one. I don't like the sorcery speed of it. If it was instant speed, it would be amazing because then you can use it defensively too. I mean, if it was instant speed, this would be a rare. It's just kind of okay. I would say C, it may even be a C-. Nice setup for training. I agree. But, like, on its own, again, if you got no creatures, and this is just a dead card, but, and it doesn't work great defensively. This actually might just be a C- because of that. It could be a C because I don't really know how the format's going to play out, but I'm not super high on it, but it seems okay. Next up, Distracting Geist, 2 and a white for 2/1 spirit. Whenever Distracting Geist attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. Hell yeah. These kinds of aggressive white cards have always played out very, very well in aggressive decks. Like, especially if you're on the play and you get this down on turn 3 and you can start hitting into your opponent, tapping down their best defender. This is great. Ancestor is in an aura that does the same thing. Yep. Aura, chant creature. Whenever attacking creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. I like this a lot. I always like these kind of tapper cards. C+. It being only a 2/1 is going to make it die pretty easily to your opponent's like next weakest creature, whatever it is. But the fact that you can disturb this out onto a bigger butt, or even a flyer or whatever laying on later on, I actually kind of like that. C+ for Distracting Geist. Clever distraction. Next is a mythic Faithbound Judge. 1 white 4/4 Defender Flying Vigilance. What the fuck? At the beginning of your upkeep, if Faithbound Judge has 2 or fewer judgment counters on it, put a judgment counter on it. Okay. And once the Faithbound Judge has 3 or more judgment counters on it, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender. If it costs 2, it'd be great. If it costing 3, isn't it just okay? You mean for the Distracting Geist Hidahi Roshi? Yes. If this only cost 2, it'd be easy B. If this was a 2 mana card, it'd be a B. At 3 mana, C+. But the disturb cost makes it a little bit better than that. But yeah, you're right. At 2 mana, this would be an incredibly good aggressive card. Playing multiples of these gets very good. I like this card a lot. A 3 mana 4/4 that just tells your opponent, if you don't deal with this in 3 turns, I'm going to start beating your ass. Oh my god, he's stopped by the Swords of Revealing Light. 3 turns. Its disturb cost is 7? Sinner's Judgment. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a judgment counter on Sinner's Judgment. Then, if there are 3 or more judgment counters on it, enchanted player loses the game. Oh, it's a curse. You enchant the player. What the fuck? What? That's brutal, dude. Are you kidding me? So it's a big 4/4 that's going to start hitting it after a few turns. And if your opponent kills it, and you're able to disturb it out and curse the player, it says now you win in 3 turns or deal with this. That is hilarious. At 7 mana, this side won't happen a whole lot, but I want it to. Achievement unlocked for this set. Defeat someone with Sinner's Judgment. But this side alone is still incredibly good. If you curve out with it, at best. At parity, you're going to bust through and defend well. If you need to defend, you got a big, cheap defender. I like Faithbound Judge a lot. A for Faithbound Judge. That's hilarious. I love it. The Swords of Revealing Light, whatever. Yeah, I think it's great. Yep. Great card. I love it. Next, Griff Rider, 2 and a white. For 2/1 flyer, human knight with training. Okay. Another card that wants the aggressive deck. If you could swing in once with a and get 1+1/+1 training counter on this, he's actually pretty solid. If you don't got that though, he's not great. It's probably still only like a C, maybe C- for Griff Rider. It seems okay. Next is Catilda, another Catilda card. Dawnheart Martyr, 1 white for a rare spirit warlock that's legendary. Flying and lifelink with protection from vampires. As power and toughness are each equal to the number of permanents you control that are spirits and or enchantments. So at minimum, Catilda is a 3 mana 1/1 flying lifelink protection from vampires. And with more spirits, she gets bigger. So she definitely has the best home in blue-white, but could work otherwise. She also has a disturb, of course. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has flying, lifelink, protection from vampires, +X/+X for X to the number of spirits you control and or enchantments. So again, at minimum, if you disturb Catilda out onto one of your creatures, they get flying, lifelink, protection from vampires, and +1/+1. Which is still that's a lot of stats for a 5 mana aura. That can get better if you got more spirits. This seems like a build-around card, but also a solid, potentially sideboard card if you don't end up in blue-white and you face a vampire deck. Not bad. Probably a B- for Catilda. Protection from werewolves didn't save her. The vampires got her. Yeah, I think B- for Catilda. Yeah. Next, Kindly Ancestor. 2 and a white. For a 2/3 flying. Or sorry, 2/3 spirit with lifelink. That's great. Disturb. Enchanted creature gets lifelink. For 2 mana. Solid. Three mana 2/3 makes it a great defender. So this is not a card you want in your aggro deck. Like, this doesn't really have a home in like the red-white aggressive. Green-white can help you sustain. Black-white has the lifelink synergy. And has the aura to have lifelink back. Yeah, seems solid. I like it. I think it's just a solid C for Kindly Ancestor. And it is a spirit, so it fits into the blue-white deck as well. But yeah, just a solid C. Great. Next, Militia Rallier, 2 and a white, 3/3 human soldier at common. The Militia Rallier can't attack alone, but whenever Militia Rallier attacks, untap target creature. Yeah. Again, there's that aggressive card. It is a 3 mana 3/3 that can block. Fine. Pseudo Vigilance. Well, it's untapped target creature, not untapped Militia Rallier. So if you swing in Militia Rallier with something bigger or something that you want that has like a lot of toughness, you untap that so you still have a blocker. Still just a C. I do like that it blocks well. Like, untapping when attacking doesn't seem... Oh, interesting. So it's when it attacks, it's untapped target creature, not even untapped target attacking creature. So if there's any kind of tap down effects, she could undo them. And this could also set up potential combos with stuff like the, what is it, the Traveling Minister, because you can untap that and activate it in your second main phase to gain another life. Or any other similar effect like that. Those are pretty narrow uses. It's still just a C for her. But yeah, untapped target creature doesn't have to be your own. If you're playing like Two-Headed Giant or Commander or whatever, this becomes even funnier. Yeah. That's easy. Next, Resistance Squad. 2 to white. Human Soldier, that's a 3/2 at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, if you control another human, draw a card? Fuck yeah, dude. Can we talk about how weird it is that white suddenly getting all these like card draw spells? What is up with that? That's awesome. How many humans have we seen so far? Just that are cheap. 1, 2, 3. Great. 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9? Just 9 other humans before we saw this one? That's awesome. So, its base stats makes it a 3 mana 3/2, which is at vanilla. Good. That's where you want to be. Then you can potentially draw a card on top of it. I like these. Probably a solid B- for Human Soldier. A 3/2 that gets you another card. And for some reason you don't have another human, it's still a 3 mana 3/2, which is a solid C. Like it. Next up, the Savior of Allenbach. 1 white for another mythic human soldier. It's a 1/2. As training, okay. Whenever Savior of Allenbach trains, exile up to 1 other target creature from the battlefield or creature card from the graveyard. And then when the Savior of Allenbach leaves the battlefield, put the exiled cards onto the battlefield under their owner's controls. That is fascinating. Whenever he trains, and a 3-mana, it's a 1/2, so it being able to train is pretty common. So what you can do with this is that you can train, exile your opponent's creatures, which is awesome, or exile creature cards in your own graveyard, because then if they kill Savior of Allenbach, you get your own creature cards back. Which I think is actually better than hitting your opponent's stuff. Because if you exile your opponent's creatures and Savior Allenbach dies, your opponent gets your cards back. But if you get your own stuff back and Savior Allenbach dies, then you're up ahead on more cards. He also takes out your opponent's tokens, and then they're just out everything. I like it. So the downside being is how many times can you reasonably train Savior of Allenbach before something terrible happens to him? In an ideal world, you might be able to get it to train twice, if like you're lucky. Yeah, we'll assume he gets to be able to train twice. Ideally. I like him though. I'd still give it an A-. A-. If you don't have anything in your graveyard, you hit your opponent's creatures and you start getting yourself in for attacks. Or if you do got stuff in your graveyard, you train them and get card advantage with Allenbach. Yeah, I like that a lot. A-. The only thing that could suck is if like your board's empty and you need a blocker and all you end up with is a 1/2. That would suck, but still, the upside potential is pretty big here. I like Savior of Allenbach. Cool. Next up. Sigarda's Imprisonment. 2 and a white for an aura enchant creature. Enchanted creature can't attack or block. 5 mana. Exile enchanted creature. Create a blood token. I'm down on this. Is that weird? As I think there's enough. I guess I would need to go through more of the blue-black cards. But there seems like there's enough like exploit or self-sacrifice targets that Sigarda's Imprisonment doesn't seem very good. Because we saw that in Midnight Hunt, where white had their, what is it? The Coven candlelit dinner or whatever. But there's so many sacrifice effects that it came a little worse. Maybe there's not as many sacrifice as I realize. But still, because of that effect. So ideally, you want to be able to use this to... You want to be able to use this to exile the opponent's creature, which is 8 mana at sorcery speed. I'm not like a C- for Sigarda's because it's still a removal spell that your opponent's got to deal with. And if you're an aggressive enough, you can just remove an attacker or blocker. Sure. But I see too much downside of you getting boned on this. Anything else? I'm at a C- for Sigarda's imprisonment. I mean, then like in the late game, if you got nothing else to do with your mana and that card is still here, and you can exile and get the blood token out of it, great. But yeah, C- for Sigarda. Next is Wedding Announcement, 2 and a white for an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, put an invitation counter on Wedding Announcement. If you attacked this turn with 2 or more creatures, draw a card. Okay. Otherwise, create a 1/1 human creature token. Then, if Wedding Announcement has 3 or more invitation counters on it, transform it. Okay. So, at the end of your end step, it's going to get a counter on it regardless, but you either draw a card or you get a 1/1. Okay, so you're getting like something out of it. Okay. And it flips into Wedding Festivity. Creatures you control get +1/+1. I like this. So this is a glorious anthem that takes a few turns to activate. But in the turns before it activates, you're either drawing a card or getting a 1/1 that's going to become a 2/2. And again, worst comes to worst, you don't attack, you put this down for 3, you still get a 1/1 chump blocker out of it. I like this a lot. Am I crazy? B+? Yeah, more white card draw. That's a cool enchantment. Next, Welcoming Vampire. 2 and a white for a 2/3 flyer. Great. Whenever 1 or more other creatures with power 2 or less enter the battlefield under your control, draw a card. Dude, fuck yeah. That's another great white card. Triggers only once per turn, which, fine. But this makes it so that in the late game, if you draw a creature that only has 2 or less power, and it doesn't affect the board that much, this draws you another card to find you something that will. That seems great. And it's a 2/3 flyer. Wow. Love it. Another B+ for Welcoming Vampire. I'd welcome that into my deck any day. And it's any other creature. Like, it could be a token. Next, Cemetery Protector. Oh yeah, that's a great point, Stride, is that it does say under your control this turn. Not in your own turn, just per turn. So if you can do this, if you can somehow manage this on your opponent's turn, awesome. Very cool. Next, Cemetery Protector. 2 white for 3/4 mythic human soldier with flash. When Cemetery Protector enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. When you play a land or cast a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, create a 1/1 white human creature token. Hell yeah. Wow. Okay. So there's a lot of really small things that we need to talk about in this, because goddamn. So a 4-mana 3/4 with flash, awesome. When it says when it enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. So if you hit your opponent's land, or even your own, this makes it so anytime you play a land, you get a 1/1. If you manage to take out a creature card, anytime you play a creature, you get another 1/1. If it's a sorcery, you get a 1/1, you get a 1/1, etc., etc., etc. Awesome. This would probably work best, depending on your board state, how deep you are into a deck. It'd probably work best hitting lands, because you're most likely to hit lands, and then your lands become less worthless. But more importantly, the way this card reads is that when Cemetery Protector enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard, not target card. Which means if you choose to hit one of your opponent's cards from their graveyard, they cannot react to the trigger because there is none. You're just exiling a card. It's just Cemetery Protector hits the battlefield. They can't save their card. That's pretty big. I like Cemetery Protector a lot. I do think it's probably going to be best with lands. Also, it does say play land, not land enters the battlefield, so you can't get cute with stuff like Evolving Wilds or whatever. But still, very, very solid. I think a solid A for Cemetery Protector. Help make creatures help you go wide and all that. I love that. If you're able to exile land, then you create a 1/1 for each land you put down. Yes, stage select shell. That's correct. Which is where I think she would work best. Yeah, A. Next. The Eastwalled Shield Basher. 3 and a white for a 4/2 human soldier. Whenever Eastwalled Shield Basher attacks, you may pay 1. If you do, it gains indestructible till end of turn. That's actually pretty cool. It's a 4/2 that you can pay 1 to make it as an indestructible 4/2? And with 4 power, this actually blocks pretty well because you can block a lot of your opponent's bigger things. He actually seems really good. It doesn't tap when you make it indestructible. Yes, but it does have to attack for it to be indestructible. So if you give it vigilance, then it's better. But you cannot defensively make it indestructible. But either way, this is a great attacker that can block pretty well. C+ for Eastwalled Shield Basher. Love it. Next is Griffwing Cavalry. 3 and a white for a 2/2 flyer with training. Yeah, all right. And then whenever Griffwing Cavalry attacks and you play 1 and a white, if you do, target attacking creature without flying gains flying until end of turn. Oh, okay, so it's a Cursor Pegasus that can get bigger. At 4 mana, though, I'm less into it being at 4 mana. It's another human. I worry about this one being too expensive. If it swings once, if you're able to swing once to get the single training off of it, super worth it. If you don't, though, that's just an expensive 2/2 flyer. Yeah, that 4 mana cost to get it out seems pricey to me. I'm at like a C- C for it. I haven't been through enough of the set to know how many cards there are that just kill something that only has 2 toughness. Like a shock. I'm gonna assume there's a lot. I'm gonna say C- for Griffwing Cavalry right now. Just because of how pricey it is, and it just seems pretty vulnerable. Like a pack filler. Yeah, I mean, like, if you got nothing else to put into your 4 mana slot, I suppose. Which there aren't a whole lot of 4 mana cards for white. But either way, I don't know about them. This is one that I hope I'm wrong on, but C-. Next, a mythic enchantment, Hallowed Haunting, 2 white. As long as you control 7 or more enchantments, creatures you control have flying and vigilance. Okay. And whenever you cast an enchantment spell, create a white spirit cleric creature with this creature's power and toughness is equal to the number of spirits you control. 7 or more enchantments? This is like a D. Maybe it could potentially be like a build around B if you somehow manage to get just a shit ton of enchantments out and this somehow goes off. Doubt it, but it seems like a D to me. Yeah, it could just be more of a constructed card. It's true. Just turn your disturb cards into creature generation, which you can trigger in such a way where you disturb something out, you make the 1/1, and then you can put the aura you just disturbed out onto the 1/1. Which, yeah, sure, but you're still taking a turn off, spending 4 mana just to get the 1 enchantment down. Yeah, I still think it's a D. Again, it could potentially be an amazing build around. Like, if you draft the support for it, it could get like crazy good, right? But I might get a D for Hallowed Haunting. Next, Huron of Hope. 3 white for a 2/3 flying bird. If you would gain life, gain that much life plus 1 instead. 1 white. Huron of Hope gains lifelink until end of turn. Yeah. That's a creature. I don't know what else to say about that. Like, if you're gaining life, I don't think gaining an additional 1 life helps you all that much. There is the one... There were cards that are like, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, you get a thing. And, like, I guess this helps make sure you do that, but, like... I don't know, man. If you're already life linking and gaining for 2, whatever. Seems okay. I still think it's just like a C for it. It's great defensively, and if you start swinging in and gain a little bit of life, sure. Yeah, well, I'll say C. Next. Supernatural Rescue. 3 white for an aura. This spell has flash as long as you control a spirit. Okay. When you cast a spell, tap up to 2 target creatures you don't control. Enchanted creatures gets +1/+2. Really, in a white card? Tap 2 target creatures you don't control. That's usually like a blue effect. If you are... This doesn't have to target a spirit. You just have to control a spirit. And if you manage that, this can help you be aggressive or help protect yourself from attacks. Get a little bit buffer. Yeah, if you got the spirit support, if your deck has like 5-6+ spirits, this is a tap down combat trick that sticks around and comes a little bit better. If your deck doesn't have the spirits for it, not super strong, especially at 4 mana. It seems okay though. Like, if I got the spirits for it, I would try it. I still think it's a C- on its own because of that. It seems like it should be a blue card to me. But it does work best in a blue-white. Alright. Next is Angelic Quartermaster. 3 white for a 3/3 uncommon angel soldier at flying. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures. Okay. It's a bummer that she can't target herself. I feel like I need to see what else is in the other colors since yeah, I feel like I need to check the other colors since in the previous set, something with 3 toughness and 3 power while flying was pretty big because there were so many like 2-2 or 2-1 or 1-1 flyers, and a 3-3 flyer could block and attack really well. I don't know how it's going to be for this set though. It seems like just a C to me. I just feel like there should be better options at 5 mana. I'm going to put it at a C. Could be better depending on what the flyers are like in other colors and how often they're going to show up. But yeah. Next, by invitation only, 3 white for a rare sorcery. Choose a number between 0 and 13. Each player sacrifices that many creatures. So this is definitely going to be the funniest in like Commander. But barring that, this is another board wipe. It's a board wipe, or even better if you happen to have a bunch of like 1/1s you don't care about. I actually like this. I think I'm more thinking about it, more reading into it. I'm like getting higher and higher. If you have no creatures out and you're just behind, say 13 and tell your opponent to sack everything they own. Or if you're ahead on creatures and your opponent, you have like 5 creatures out and your opponent only has 2, I would play this, just say 2. You get 2 of your worst creatures, your opponent's got no defenders anymore, and you get in for 3, and now they're playing catch up. Or if you know you got this in your opening hand or going to draw it soon, like, again, you just hold on to it to... Yeah, this actually seems solid. B+ for by invitation only. It's like a, not a modal board wipe. Flexible board wipe. That's a better way of saying it. Flexible board wipe. Yeah. A true Timmy would always choose 13. Yeah. Just be like, lol, got you. And again, if you're playing Commander, like... I don't personally play Commander because of cards like this where everyone just gets mad at you. But yeah, B+. Huron Blessed Geist, 4 white for a 3/3 flying spirit. Okay. 3 white, exile Horn Blessed Geist from your graveyard to create 2 1/1 white spirit creature tokens with flying. Activate only if you control an enchantment and only as a sorcery. Yeah. I actually like this more than the Quartermaster. White has enough disturbed creatures that you can get auras out, or if you got the enchantment-based removal in white. If you're playing blue-white, you're definitely going to have means of having this to be able to activate. And a 3/3 that you can basically flash back to get 2 more little trump blockers out. Yeah, I actually think that's solid. Yeah, C+. C+ for Huron Blessed Geist. Just because I think it's going to help you block well and get more blockers out, buy you time, or if you're ahead on board or just need flyers to start chipping for damage. If I am completely overthinking the availability of enchantments, this goes down by a lot. But I still like it enough. Next, Nebelgast Burglar. 4 white for a 2/5 spirit. 1 white tap target creature. This is the most expensive Gavony Trapper I've ever seen. In fact, too expensive. Because this is a control card. But at 5 mana for control card, that just seems way too late. So it's a 2/5 that's gonna block really well, but paying the 1 white to tap one of your opponent's attackers, and then you're moving one of your 2/5 blockers off. I mean, you can do it at your opponent's end step to potentially set up an attack. I don't know. This doesn't seem too expensive. This seems too expensive for me. It's definitely a control card, but it seems like the creature itself still costs too much before you actually get value out of its control. I'm at like a D+ for it. Yeah, D+. Next, Sigarda's Summons. 4 white, rare enchantment. Creatures you control with a +1/+1 counter on them have base power and toughness, 4/4, have flying, and are angels into other types. Damn. So any of your creatures with +1/+1 counters, you play this, and now they're just the minimum now 5/5s with flying. That's scary. It is a payoff for +1/+1 counters. If you have no +1/+1 counters, though, big rip. But this can also, it can win you the game. But yeah, at 6 mana, it can be hard to get out and has the potential to miss. I feel like the training decks with +1/+1 counters want to win before you have to worry about this. But this can be a decent backup if you end up into a stalled board state and you're waiting for a bigger attack. It's like a build around B. Like if you see this, start grabbing stuff that you know has training, can get +1/+1 counters out, etc., etc. Yeah, build around B for Sigarda Summons. Does not fit into any deck. But if it works, it works. I like what I've seen of white, though. I like all the little card draw things they can do with either human creatures or low power creatures. The mythics seem neat. Yeah, white seems solid. Now let's move on to my favorite color, blue. Alchemist's Retrieval. For 1 blue, common instant. Return target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand, or for 1 and a blue, any non-land permanent. Okay. I could actually see this being better than normal. Because normally bounce spells like this aren't fantastic. However, with the amount of disturb auras in general, or even your own creatures that you bring out as auras and then want to bounce back into your hand to be creatures, kind of starts getting better. And that's the thing, like, whenever you play these kind of bounce spell effects, you only want to be able to play these if they work in such a way that you get a card out of it. So, if your opponent's trying to hit one of their creatures with a pump spell, or destroy one of your own creatures, or if they're trying to get an aura out, or whatever, if you bounce and get rid of that card, then it was worth it. Otherwise, you're putting yourself at a card disadvantage. But I think with all the auras, that's going to happen more often than not, so I'm a little higher on this than normal. That said, still probably just a C. Yeah, just a C. Next is a Cobbled Lancer, and this might be the most disturbing centaur I've ever seen. It's a 3/3 zombie horse for 1 blue. As an additional cost to cast this spell, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Okay. But for 3 and a blue, exile Cobbled Lancer from your graveyard to draw a card. I like it. The needing a creature card in your graveyard makes it so you really can't, like, curve out with this. It does set you up for doing some, like, aggressive blocks or kind of brawling where you can. And then you get another good blocker. And whenever it dies, you get another card out of it. I actually like him. I think he's pretty good. C+. I hate that he has a horse body with a human body that goes back to horse head. Blue aggro. It's not aggro because you can't get it down on turn 1. You have to have a creature card in your graveyard. So you're not going to get this out early enough to be aggressive. But he is a cheap card that blocks well, can attack, and if it ever dies, you get another card out of it. I do like him quite a bit. Yeah, C+. Next. Lantern Bearer. Another 1 mana creature. It's a 1/1 flying spirit. Awesome. Sure. And it can disturb out for 2 and a blue as Lantern's Lift. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has flying. I like this art a lot. That seems solid. They've had blue +1/+1 and flying auras before. They've been cheaper than 3, but you also get the creature out of it first, which makes sense. Yeah, that seems fine. It still seems like a C to me. Spear payoffs. Yeah, C. Next, Syncopate. Another reprint. X in blue, counter target spell unless the player pays X, and then it exiles. So if you play this right, you can exile your opponent's biggest creature for only 1 extra mana, and the exile is going to matter a lot with the amount of aura cards. And normally counter spells like this are kind of hard to play, but I think with the amount of disturbs, this does get a little bit better. So this is probably a good control card that leans C+ because of the exile effect. But again, you don't want to slam dunk this in any blue deck, you know? Next, Wash Away. For 1 blue, uncommon instant, counter target spell that wasn't cast from its owner's hand. Or for 1 blue, counter target spell. This has really fucking good constructed play. Are you kidding me? Any Alrund's Epiphany that's already been foretold, this becomes so much better. Otherwise, this counters any kind of disturb card. And for the most part, disturb cards. I still think... I don't know if I would main deck this one. Would it counter suspended cards? Yes, it would. Because when you suspend a card, you exile it face down. I think this is a sideboard card. even in limited. If you end up playing against someone who is playing a lot of disturb cards, or even like the green self-mill croak cards or whatever, this becomes that much better because it's only one blue. Otherwise, you're basically putting in a cancel, and that's not super awesome. So this is probably like a sideboard C+, but I don't think I would main deck it. I could be super wrong on the disturb stuff, and maybe disturb's fucking everywhere. But still, I'd lean sideboard C+. Next, Cradle of Safety. That baby is disturbing. 1 and a white, Flash Aura. When Cradle of Safety enters the battlefield, enchanted creature gains hexproof until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Okay. It's pretty narrow. Unless you've got a blue creature or something that you really, really want to protect. Yeah, it's Mantle of the Stars from Theros. Beyond Death. Like, almost exactly. Yeah, it's alright. I think it's like a D+. It leans like a filler card. Or Starlit Mantle, yeah. It leans like a D+ to me. Potentially a little bit higher if there's like a lot of, if your deck really cares about auras or enchantments. But I think it's a D+. It seems mostly like a, kind of a filler card. Yeah, D+ for Cradle of Safety. Next, Fear of Death. 1 and a white for another aura. When it enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards. Enchanted creature gets -X/-0, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. I get it. If you're playing blue-white and you have a bunch of disturb, you like weaken an opponent's creature, and you get to mill, which is basically card draw, or even in green-blue. But this doesn't get rid of the creature. That doesn't seem very good to me. That seems like a D. Maybe D-, but I'm leaning D. Don't love it. D. Next, Blue's first mythic, Jacob Hauken, Inspector. 1 in a blue for a 0/2 legendary human advisor. And you can tap, draw a card, then exile a card from your hand face down. You may look at the card for as long as it remains exiled. You may pay 4 blue. If you do, transform Jacob Hawken, Inspector, into Hawken's Insight. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library face down. You may look at the card as long as it remains exiled. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land or cast a spell from among the cards exiled with this permanent without paying its mana cost. So this allows you to draw cards and just kind of exile stuff out of your hand, but you can't actually play or cast any of the exiled cards until this thing is transformed. So it's not really full-on card advantage. It's basically card filtering, where if you manage to transform them, later on you can play those cards. Only 2 toughness, so he doesn't even block all that well. I do like that you can use his ability at instant speed. So you can do it on your opponent's end step or when they're tapped out. Yeah, the floor is you tap to rummage. Would you play 1 in a blue for a 0/2 tap rummage? Oh, it's not even a rummage, it's a loot, because you draw a card first. I think this... I mean, I get it. You ditch away your expensive stuff, then maybe you get to pay them for free later. But, like, I feel like this card's just setting yourself up for pain. Like, by the time, like, by 5 mana, your opponent just kind of lets you stay around and let you been, like, looting, right? And then they destroy it, and all your exiled cards are gone forever. I don't think I like this. I mean, if you can untap with it, especially in the early game, and start getting some early card advantage, sure, maybe. I don't love them, though. Unless I'm super wrong, I'm leaning D+. Maybe C-. Like, at 3 toughness, you can at least block early on, you know? But at 2? Yeah, you basically, like, you exile stuff that you don't need right away or don't see helping right away, or if you got excess lands in your hand, then you just exile those away. Who cares? That just seems not enough to me. The 2 toughness kills it. Yeah. D+ for Jacob? I would play the shit out of this in sealed, though. In sealed, he'd be great. Draft. I think he's gonna be too slow. Next, Lunar Reflection, 1 and a white, uncommon instant, with cleave, 3 and a blue. Return target wolf or werewolf creature to its owner's hand. Draw a card. Okay. I'm glad it draws you a card, otherwise it would really suck. If you're against wolf or werewolf decks, these are awesome. Because then you can like tempo play your opponent really, really well, and you're drawing cards on top of it. Otherwise, at 4... Well... At 4, it's Blink of an Eye. And Blink of an Eye has been legit before. No, I still think I like it. Again, enough aura effects and whatnot that... this is Blink of an Eye. Blink of an Eye with potentially cheaper versus wolves. I think I'm actually up a little bit higher on that because of that. I think it's a C+. Yeah, C+ for Lunar Rejection. Just because it's a blink of an eye with upside. Solid sideboard? I don't think it's a sideboard card. I would play at least one of these. And if I have more in my sideboard and I'm facing wolves, I bring as many of those in as I can. But I'd be happy main decking one of these. C+. You're not sure what you're looking at with the art there? It's people in like half transforming between wolf and werewolf state because we're removing the moon effect on them. Next, Mischievous Catgeist. 1 and a blue for a 1/1 cat spirit. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Disturb out for a cat-like curiosity. Oh, Cat's Cradle. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. I'm a sucker for these kinds of effects. I love that kind of shit. You have to be pretty lucky for your 1/1 cat spirit to be able to get in there to deal damage and draw a card. That's probably not going to happen. So really, you're going to chump block with this and then maybe have like, maybe a flyer or some other thing for 2 and a blue to be able to attack back. Maybe. I don't think even I think it's a C-. It doesn't attack in well. It doesn't block well. And by the time you disturb it out and get on a worthwhile creature, your opponent's probably waiting and ready to deal with it. If you manage to get just one trigger off either side, just once, and you get one card off of it, hell yeah, you feel pretty good. But I don't know if there's going to be enough for you to get that. So I think it's probably a C-, but the most adorable C- in the whole set. Yeah, if this was a 1/1 for 1 blue, then it'd be way higher on it. But yeah. C-. Next, Patchwork Crawler. 1 in a blue for a zombie horror at rare. 1 and a 2. Spend 2 in a blue to exile target creature card from your graveyard and put a +1/+1 counter on Patchwork Crawler. Patchwork Crawler has all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with it. Well, that's hilarious. Has to be activated abilities. So anything with a tap or a mana cost, it doesn't give... You can't use it to give himself frickin' vigilance or lifelink or anything like that. I do like that you don't have to tap them to activate. So you can get really tricksy with that in the late game. And it has to be a creature card from your graveyard. I want to see what the other activated abilities are out there. It seems good, though. Minus the abilities, this reminds me a lot of the... what the heck's that card called? Like, Oozing Slime? Or something? Scavenging Ooze. Thank you, that's it. It's like Scavenging Ooze. You can't hit your opponent's graveyard, which is kind of a bummer, but you can't hit your own. And if you make this guy bigger and bigger with more activated abilities, yeah, that's kind of neat. Yeah, I think if nothing else, he does kind of read as a Scavenging Ooze. That said, probably because you can't hit your opponent's graveyard, I think he's only a B-. He'll matter in zombie decks. And this does make it so that you kind of reward yourself for all those exploit effects. Because if you're sacrificing your own things, you can use Patchwork Crawler to get those abilities back. Yeah, B- for Patchwork Crawler. Ooze was definitely better, yes. Next, Selhoff Entomber. 1 in a blue zombie for 1 and 3. Tap, discard a creature card. Draw a card. Discard a creature? That sounds painful. I get it. You can discard a creature card so that anything with disturb can then be immediately disturbed. Because then you're not really down a creature card because you still got the disturb effect. But I don't know about that guy. Reads like a D+ to me. I don't like ditching away creature cards, even if they just only are there for a quick chump block. It reads like a D+, but for all I know, he could end up being like Scob Wrangler, where he ends up being like a super amazing enabler payoff for being able to do this. But I'd say D+. Next, Serpentine Ambush. 1 in a blue, instant, until end of turn. Target creature becomes a blue serpent with base power, toughness 5/5. D, moving on. Soul Cipher Board. 1 in a blue, artifact, uncommon. Enters the battlefield with 3 omen counters on it. 1 in a blue, tap. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your graveyard. And I guess the other just goes back on top. And then whenever a creature card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, remove an omen counter. Then, if it has no omen counters on it, transform it into Cipher Bound Spirit, a 3/2 spirit with flying. Can only block creatures with flying, but for 3 and a blue, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. This seems solid to me. So you basically need 3 creatures to die, and then this transforms into a 3/2. Because it's creature card put into a graveyard from anywhere. It does not have to be from the activation or from your hand. If you got chump blockers out and you're trading out and they're dying, and this starts activating, that kind of gets scary for your opponent. And then if you got nowhere else to put your mana, you can activate it. Look at the top 2. Keep the best one. If you just choose to put a creature card, then it removes another Omen card. Or, like, if you look at the top 2, one's a spell, one's a land, you ditch away the land, you put the spell on top. Like, it's also like kind of card selection off the top of your off the top of your deck. I could see this working. It could also end up being a big whiff if you draw this super late. But yeah, it only really works. The best way to play this is that you're not really using its ability to ditch your creature cards from your library into your graveyard, but rather when your creature cards in the battlefield start to die. I'll put it as C. It might end up being too clunky or too slow. And in the late game, it is a dead draw if you are really behind and need creatures. But any other board state, like this could start getting you ahead. Like it's card selection. Eventually, you start getting card draw. And a 3/2 flyer. I think it's at least a C. It does not go in the blue-red deck. It does not help blue-red at all. But if you're in like blue-green self-mill, that's super fucking good. Great and sealed, that I agree with. Like this, in sealed, I'd be super happy playing this. I think this card's probably better than what most people are looking at it. I want to try playing it, but it might be a C+. I want it to be a C+. We'll have to see, though. I like it, though. A 3/2 flyer is, like, big. It's kind of like, a, what was his name? The 1/1 blue in Midnight Hunt, where if it's, your top card's a spell, he becomes a 3/2 flyer. Think of it as being like that. Only likely not as fast to come out, but also filters your cards. Delver of Secrets, thank you. I could not remember for the life of me. Yeah, if you think of it as like a Delver of Secrets, only it doesn't come with its own body, which is, you know, a bummer. It seems solid to me. We'll move on, though, because we got a lot of cards to go through, and we're already at 3 o'clock. Steelclad Spirit, 1 in a blue for a 3/3 Defending Spirit. All right, whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, he can attack as though you didn't have Defender. Okay. Core Flux, thank you for the 100 bits. And Darukai with a resub. Thank you, man. Yeah. I would be happy playing this in most decks. Like, they've had the blue 2-mana 3/3 defender type cards before. And they do work. Like if you're if you're a slower controller deck, etc. Yeah, I'd be happy with Steelclad Spirit in most decks. How often are you able to get like an enchantment now so that he can attack? Matters less, but yeah, so it's not really like an aggressive card. Maybe every now and then you can get an aura out and is open for attacks, and you're happy to do so, but I like it as a purely defensive card, and it seems solid to me. These guys have always been alright. Solid C for a Steel-clad Spirit. Next is a Storm Chaser Drake, 1 in a blue for a 2/1 flyer. Okay. And whenever a Storm Chaser Drake becomes the target of a spell you control, draw a card. So it's like a Welkin turn, but better. I like him a lot. I'd be happy playing a 2/1 flyer for 2 mana. Awesome. But more importantly, he can still block things on the ground, unlike Vampire Interloper. And then any kind of aura that you put onto the Drake, as soon as it's targeted, he gets a spell. You get to draw another card off of it. And not even just auras, if you got any kind of pump spells or protection effects or whatever, you get extra card draw on top of it. That seems really solid. I actually like Storm Chaser Drake a lot. I would give it a B-. Maybe that's too high, but I'm like B- for him. Yeah, fantastic disturb target. B- for Storm Chaser Drake. Next, Wretched Throng. Well, I'm pretty sure I've had this exact nightmare of the card art where I'm just vomiting other people, vomiting out other people. 1 in a blue for a 2/1. When Wretched Throng dies, you may search your library for a card named Wretched Throng, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. Fuck yeah, dude. And it's a zombie? The moment, if you draft more than one of these, it's a B-. Like, if you got 2 of these in his deck, super good. If you got 3 in your deck, really, really good. If you only got 1, it's a C-. But as soon as you get more than 1, fuck yeah. Yeah, this is just a card where the more you get, the better. Like, if you make it so all your 2-drops are all 4 Wretched Throngs for whatever reason, if you don't get anything else, like, you're setting up, like, exploit advantage. You're setting up block, training up, getting another card out of it. Love all that. Reverse Ouroboros. There's no end. Pick one up if there are no better picks, then prioritize the next one. I mean, like, if there's no better picks, then yeah, I wouldn't. If as soon as I got one of these, I think I would prioritize trying to get at least one other one. But yeah, I like this. So it starts out as a C-, but as soon as you get 2, it's a C+. If you get 3, B-. But yeah, that's an awesome card, especially if you're playing the blue-black exploit deck. Next, Binding Geist, 2 in a blue. Whenever Binding Geist attacks, target creature in opponent control gets -2/-0 until end of turn. And it's a 3/1, and it's got a disturb cost of 1 in a blue. Enchanted creature gets -2/-0.
Sweet.
Classy, thank you for the resub. A 3/1 blue creature. I actually kind of like him. It's slightly below the vanilla test because it's not a 3-mana 3/2. He still doesn't attack super well because, like, he only has 1 toughness, right? But that said, at 3 power, it makes your opponent's attack seem much worse because this can block anything with your opponent with 3 toughness, and then afterwards give his next best thing -2/-0 and really punish him. This actually seems pretty good to me. And it's an aura, it's another disturb, another spell. Yeah, I mean, like, this is a card that's worth like a card and a half. And that helps these aura spells help quite a bit. So I see this as a defensive card more than offensive. But if your opponent only has 1 creature out, and like, if his opponent has 1 creature out, then I'd be happy to swing this in. Because even if they block it, then like you can just or out something else later. So yeah. I think it's a solid C for Binding Geist. Next up, Biolume Egg. Tuna Blue for a Serpent Egg at uncommon. It's a 0/4 defender when it enters the battlefield. Scry 2. And then, when you sacrifice Biolume Egg, return it to the battlefield, transformed under its opponent's control at the opponent's beginning of the next end step. Sorry, under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So you have to sacrifice it, and it becomes the Biolume Serpent. It's a 4/4. Sacrifice 2 islands. He can't be blocked this turn. Well, sacrificing 2 islands is kind of painful. So this looks really good in blue-black. Looks really good in blue-black. A 0/4 defender is going to be able to block and stop most ground attackers. And then the moment you sack it, you got yourself a 4/4. I don't know if there's instant speed. If there's any kind of instant speed sack effects, this looks much better because then you can, block an opponent, instant speed sack, and then get your 4/4 at the end of his turn. It does not go into any deck, that's for sure. Yeah, it only really has a home in a blue-black deck. It's a, we'll say a C there. Yeah. Seems like a C. It doesn't come out tapped or anything. It's just a 4/4. Whoops. Yeah, it's like a... Yeah, C. Good synergy with your blue-black sack decks. Not much synergy anywhere else. Next, Cemetery Illuminator. Ooh, a Mythic. 1 blue for Mythic Spirit. 2/3 flyer. Whenever a Cemetery Illuminator enters the battlefield or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Once each turn, you may cast a spell from the top of your library if it shares a card type with a card exiled with Cemetery Illuminator. Ooh. Okay. So there's a lot of text on there, but let's back it up. 1 blue for 2/3 flyer. Great. You like to see that. Exile card from a graveyard. Take out one of your opponent's disturb, whatever. Potentially advantage. You get to look at the top card of your library, so you get more information. And then if the exiled card shares the top card type, you get to play them extra. So the important thing to remember about this is that it does say you may cast the card off the top of your library if it shares the type, not play. So you cannot exile a land card with the Illuminator just to be able to play lands off the top of your deck, which is a bummer because that would have been really good. That said, you can still exile a spell or a creature out of whatever graveyard, and this does help get you every now and then, just help you like a little bit of card advantage, get you to play stuff at the top of your deck. This isn't like a Windmill Slam Bomb I win card, but it is very, very good with a lot of potential upside. B+ for Cemetery Illuminator. If you take a creature with Disturbed, does it count as a creature and an enchantment? It counts as a creature with Disturbed, Jugon. Which is actually a really good question. So, a creature that Disturbed, when it's in the graveyard and anywhere else, it's always the top side part first. So it's always a creature first. It doesn't become the aura or enchantment on the other side until it is disturbed. So yeah, if you exile a creature card with Disturb, your exiled card type is creature. Next card, Chill of the Grave. 2 and a blue for a common instant. This spell costs 1 less if you control a zombie. Tap target creature, It does not untap during its controller's next untap step. Draw a card. Again, I'm a sucker for these kind of effects. I love these kind of like tap down, frost links, kind of freezy boy effects. I love that this replenishes itself and it's a cantrip. And if you're in zombies, it's that much better. Is it amazing? No, but I like it. See? Next up, Dream Shackle Geist. 1 blue for another spirit that's a 3/1 flyer. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one. Tap target creature, or target creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. I like that. Cantrip. Cantrip is any spell that when you cast it, replaces itself right away. So basically, you cast a spell and you draw a card. They're usually cheaper cards than this, but it's still a cantrip. I like this. So on your pre-combat main phase, this allows you to tap a creature and allows your creatures to get in. Or if your opponent attacks, you then activate this to untap to freeze down their biggest attacker. Solid. And it's a 3/1 flyer for a 3, so that can start hitting in the air for quite a bit. I like Dream Shackle, guys. Still a B-. It's only combat on your turn, yeah, so B-. Next is the Geistlight Snare, not Gaslight. 2 and a blue for an uncommon instant. This spell costs 1 less if you control a spirit. It also costs 1 less if you control an enchantment. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 3. Sure, like I get what it's going for. In an ideal world, you have a counter target spell for unless they pay 3 for 1 blue. If you're in blue-white, you'll probably have one of these. So it's a 2-mana counter spell for 3, which still isn't all that awesome. It's like a C- in blue-white. I'm not stoked about it anywhere else. Like, if I'm going to run a counterspell, I'd rather just run Syncopate. You know? Next, Geralf. Visionary Stitcher for 2 and a blue legendary human wizard. That's a 1/4. Zombies you control have flying? Flying zombies? 1 blue, tap, sacrifice another non-token creature. Create an XX blue zombie creature token where X is the sacrifice creature's toughness. That rules. Super good. Obviously works the best in the zombie deck, but I think I would play this in other non-zombie decks too, because then you can sacrifice whatever you need to and get an XX blue zombie out that is then flying. It's at instant speed, and he's got a big butt. I think this looks awesome. I'm at A- for Geralf. Yeah, A-. Oh, thanks, Ladder Dita. I appreciate it. Next, Inspired Idea. 2 and a blue for a rare sorcery. Draw 3 cards. Your maximum hand size is reduced by 3 for the rest of the game. Unless you cleave it, then you just draw 3. Nah. I feel like this is going to be a set that's very similar to Midnight Hunt. Where just a card that just draws you cards isn't all that beneficial. with the amount of disturb stuff and things that you can cast from your graveyard, you're typically at no shortage of things to do on your turn. So I'm pretty down on this card. If I was playing sealed and I got this, I would play it because a sealed 5 mana draw 3 is great. But this reads like a C- to me. I just believe there's going to be... Yeah, it's also like blood tokens. Yeah, I just, for the most part, there's going to be means of casting cards or getting cards from somewhere that you don't just need raw card drawing advantage. So I think C- for inspired idea. Next is the Stitched Assistant. Tuna blue for a 3/2 zombie with exploit. When the Stitch Assistant exploits a creature, scry 1, draw a card. Is this the first exploit blue card we've seen? So it's like an organ hoarder, only you gotta sack something to it. And it is a maze, so it could also just be a 3 mana 3/2. And zombie type is relevant. Yeah, I like them. Stitch Assistant, C+. Next, Siphon Essence. Tuna blue, counter target creature or planeswalker spell, create a blood token. Creature or planeswalker is weird. So it's it's a more expensive essence scatter, but you get a blood token out of it, which if you're in blue, that basically means you're going to use it to discard a card and draw a card. It still seems too expensive to me for an essence scatter. Sure, it can hit planeswalkers, but if you're playing limited, that will probably not matter. Nah, I think C- for Siphon Essence. It reads as too expensive to me. But maybe better in control decks than I realize. Next is Thirst for Discovery, classic. Tuna blue, uncommon instant, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard a basic land card. So I like Thirst for Discovery much more than Inspired Idea, simply because if you're drawing 3 cards, there's a good chance you're going to have a land card to discard. But more importantly, this is at instant speed. Seems better than the rare one? It is. That said, the whole thought process that you're likely not going to have a shortage of things to do with your mana on each turn makes me not as stoked for this card as I would in any other format. I still think this is just a solid C. But I'd rather have Thirst for Discovery than an Inspired Idea. I can't think very well when I'm thirsty. Next, Wanderlight Spirit. Tuna blue for a 2/3 flyer. And you can only block creatures with flying. Okay. So I was thirsty and everyone's just like, hydrate. Yeah, just kind of okay. It blocks flyers well, but it doesn't protect you on the ground. Yeah, just kind of okay. Just see. Next, Wing Portent. 1 blue for a rare instant. Draw a card for each creature with flying you control, or if you cleave it for 4 green-blue, draw a card for each creature you control. This is just another not as good card draw spell compared to Thirst for Discovery. I don't want to play either one of these. Thirst for Discovery is still just better. D. Yeah, D for Wing Portent. I don't think you want to play this at all. Not into it. Unless there's a bunch of flying creatures in blue or blue-white where it could really go off. But even at 3, again, like, you're probably going to be disturbing or getting your creatures out if you're in those colors. Don't like it. D for Winged Portent. Geralf and his Zomzoms? Sure. But again, just more mana efficient and more reliable to go Thirst for Discovery. Not into them. Next, Witness the Future. 2 to blue for uncommon sorcery. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their graveyard into the library. You look at the top 4 cards of your library, put one of those cards into your hand, and the rest on the bottom in your library in random order. That's another D. Like, you get your graveyard cards back into your library, and you do get, like, to replenish Witness the Future. It's for the most part, like, if you got cards in your graveyard you really want to be back into your deck. Which, for the most part, those card effects just have not been great. If you're playing, like, blue-green, and there's some blue or green mythic or planeswalker that you want to make sure you don't fuck up on, then maybe you put that in as a, like, a protection thing, but I don't like it very much. D+ for Witness. You can deny your opponent's graveyard cards. Sure, it's still sorcery speed, so you really can't punish them for that, and you're still putting the cards back into the library, so you're making it so your opponent has an opportunity to draw those cards again. I don't like it. D for Witness. Next is Consuming Tide, 2 blue for another rare sorcery. Each player chooses a non-land permanent they control. Return all non-land permanents not chosen this way to their owner's hands. Then you draw a card for each opponent who has more cards in their hand than you. At sorcery speed? This is a commander card, right? If this was instant, it'd be fantastic. But at sorcery speed, this has to be like a commander card. Yeah. D-. Moving on. Cruel Witness, 2 blue, 3/3 flyer. Wow, that's a good value for that alone. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, look at the top card of your library. You may put that card into your graveyard. Oh, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil. Base stats alone make it very solid. Potential upside whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Especially if you got, like, disturbed creatures in blue-white and you're just getting auras out. Yeah, I could see that. 4 mana, 3/3. I like it at C. Potentially C+, but probably C because I want to be conservative. Next, Gutter Skulker, 3 and a blue for a 3/3 spirit uncommon. It can't be blocked as long as it's attacking alone. Hot damn. A 3/3 that can just keep hitting in, and then can stir about for 3 and a blue. Enchanted creature can't be blocked as long as it's attacking alone. Gutter Skulker into the Gutter shortcut. That's cool. I like that art a lot. Thank you, Awesome Riz. I appreciate it. Yeah, that seems solid. Just another C for that one, I think. It does put your opponent on a clock. The only thing that's kind of a bummer is that it's at 4 mana, so it's not like the fastest thing in the world to like really start pressuring your opponent, but if you can stabilize or stay defensive enough that you are able to attack in with this, like your opponent has to deal with it. And as soon as they deal with it, then they'll have to deal with like another one of your creatures. Yeah, seems solid. Seems like a C to me. Potentially C+, but I'll say C again. Next, Mirror Hall Mimic, 3 and a blue for another creature spirit at rare. You may have the Mirror Hall Mimic enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature on the battlefield, except as a spirit. And then you can disturb it out for 3 blue. Enchanted creature. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a token that's a copy of enchanted creature. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. That's a little bit cooler than I thought it would be. So 3 blue that comes out as a copy of any creature in the battlefield, so you can target your opponents as well. And then if you aura out and you're somehow able to untap with that aura, you're going to start making copies. It is at upkeep, though, so whatever creature you aura has to last at least one turn. Which can be hard at 5 mana, but the upside's there. Let me see. I'd say, I don't know. It's still not amazing. I'd still lean like at best C+. All right, yeah, I'll give it C. I'll give it C+. Not giving it any more than that. Have I noticed there's an unusually high amount of aura enchantments in this set? There is Merry Winter, just because of all the disturbed creatures alone. I don't know if that means it's going to be worth main decking aura or enchantment hate. Like Theros Beyond Death, where there's a bunch of like aura creatures, that was worth main decking aura hate. Or Throne of Eldraine is worth main decking aura artifact hate. Maybe that's the case for this set too. I don't know yet. It's too hard to say. I mean, like, with the thing with all the auras, another way to get rid of auras is just creature removal. You know? Now, some creatures do disturb out into curses or other enchantments, but for the most part, no, they don't. It's either a curse or an aura, not just an enchantment, right? From what I've seen so far. I don't think there's so many curses that you need enchantment removal as a response to that. And any other aura onto a creature you can just respond to with any kind of removal spell, or even a bounce spell, or just trading out with blockers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be worth main decking any kind of enchantment hate. We'll have to see how it plays out. My first thought is probably not. Moving on, Necro Duality, 3 blue for a mythic enchantment. Whenever a non-token zombie enters the battlefield under your control, create a token that's a copy of that creature. If you're playing the zombie deck, this thing can go bonkers. But you only really want to have this card if your zombie deck has like at least 10 zombies in it, give or take. Because we've seen this effect before in not too long ago. What set was it? There's some other set where it's like whenever you like cast a creature card, you copy it. Was it in it wasn't in Forgotten Realms, was it? Dang it, I can't remember the name of the card. Oh, Kaldheim? Was that it? Well, yeah, Volo did it. Lejar Reflections also did. I think I was thinking of Volo. But yeah, so those effects are incredibly powerful. So if you got a zombie deck, this slides into it really, really nicely. But again, because it wants it to be non-token zombies, you need to make sure you're having at least 10 plus zombies in your zombie deck. Otherwise, no. So this is a build around B. Next, Overcharged Amalgam. 2 blue, 3/3 Flash Flying Exploit. When Overcharged Amalgam exploits a creature, counter target spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. That kind of rules. I like this guy. 3/3 Flash Flying for 4 mana. Potentially being able to counter whatever it is you need at the time. I love him. B. Even without the counter spell part, I just like having a 3/3 Flash Flying. Easy B for Overcharged Amalgam. Next, Repository Scob. 3 blue for a 3/3 zombie with exploit. When it exploits a creature, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Sure. I like these kind of cards. Sacrifice one of your 1-drops or 2-drops to get a very impactful spell back into your hand. Yeah. Otherwise, is a 4-mana 3/3, which is about right. It's like a he's like a C with upside. Next, Scattered Thoughts. 3 in a blue, instant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 2 of those cards into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. A 4-mana draw 2 with card selection. And again, if you got enough of the disturb stuff, then it basically becomes draw 4, because the ones that go into the graveyard can still be played. It's still 4 mana. I like it more. Yeah, I like it more than the other rare card draw spells that we saw. The Inspired Idea and the other one, the winged one. I still feel like this is still on the too expensive side. I'm putting this one also at a C-, with the caveat that I do like it more than the other rare card draw spells. But again, it just seems like at 4 mana, you should be able to play something that's far more impactful than just drawing more cards. Next, Whispering Wizard. 3 in a blue for a 3/2 human wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, so this slides into the red-blue spells matter deck. At 4, it's like that Pixie Guide from Forgotten Realms, but it's more expensive. And it only triggers once each turn, which is a bummer. I'm a little more down on this guy. I get that you would ideally have more non-creature spells to be able to cast because of Disturb Aura cards. Just feel like he's going to die too easily. My first thought is C-, but I could be super wrong on the Aura stuff. So I'm going to bump him up to a C. That's right for Attractor. Because of the way the trigger works, if you disturb out an aura from your graveyard, you would then make a 1/1, and then the aura then that 1/1 becomes an aura target. So that would work. But he just seems too squishy to me. It's mostly that. Too expensive and too squishy. Like, even if he was a 3-mana 2/2, I would like him significantly more. Next, Diverscob. 3 blue for a 3/5 uncommon zombie with exploit. Whenever Diverscob exploits a creature, target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. When Diverscob exploits a creature, the target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Oh. So when you sack the creature, you can then choose to put your sacrificed creature back on top or on the bottom? Am I reading this right? Yeah, it's Revenge of the Drowned, but you can only do it on your own creature. You get to choose a target. Well, when you exploit, you sacrifice a creature. When the Diverscob exploits a creature, which is like the creature you're sacrificing, right? The target creature's owner puts it on top or bottom of your library. So your sacrificed creature you either put on top or bottom. Because exploit is just sacrifice a creature. You're not targeting anything with the exploit, though, correct? Exploit isn't a target. You sack a creature, then Diver's Gob. Targets a creature and bounces it. You pick a creature other than the sacrifice one? That makes more sense to me. But I don't feel like it reads like that. Like, I feel like it should say... This may be, like, poorly translated text for all I know, because, like... I can tell by the pixels that this might be like weirdly translated text or something. Because like if it said like whenever Diver's Cab exploits, target a creature's owner puts on the top or bottom of their library. I assume there's going to be a better written version out there, because as is, it makes no damn sense. Okay, well... I'm choosing to believe chat, which is always a mistake, but here I'm choosing to trust chat. If that's the case, yeah, you basically... You get a 3/5 body out. You could exploit one of your smaller things and force a Revenge of the Drowned versus your opponent and tempo play them. At 5? But you're still going down a creature, so it's not full advantage. I don't know. Revenge of the Drowned is just better. It still seems okay. I'm gonna put it at a C+. Yeah, we'll say a C+. I need to see this one played to actually learn how it actually works, but I believe chat's correct. I'm gonna move on because my brain hurts. Skywarp Scob, 3 blue for 2/5 flyer. It's a big butt flyer. Zombie Drake. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard. If you do, draw a card. Yeah, okay. That's fine. That is a big flyer. Lets you defend. If you got some dead zombies in your graveyard you don't care about, you can draw another card. Sure, I like it. That's a C+ for Skywarp Scob. Next, Dreadlight Monstrosity, Crab Horror. 4 blue for 5/5 Crab with Ward 2. Hell yeah. 3 blue. Dreadlight Monstrosity can't be blocked this turn. Activate only if you own a card in exile. Okay. He seems like an okay filler, to be honest. Like, if you don't have anything else for your top end, he seems like an okay top end filler. Like, it's like a D+. Because it is a lot of mana for a 5/5. But if you can start, like, activating him and getting in for, like, 5 unblockable damage, your opponent has to deal with it, and the Ward 2 can matter. If you're playing Sealed, this thing's probably, like, really good. I could see this being a very good top-end Sealed card in draft. Depending on the speed, I'm less on it. It still is a D+, but that's a good grade. Next, Screaming Swarm. 5 blue for 4/4 flying Bird Horrors. Whenever you attack with one or more creature, target player mills that many cards. 2 in a blue. Put Screaming Swarm from your graveyard into your library, second from the top. So it's a 4/4 flyer that can keep recurring itself if should it die or be put into the graveyard. 4/4 flyer is difficult for your opponent to deal with. Again, I think 6 mana is going to be too much. Much like Dreadlight Monstrosity. I think this is going to be too much, but could potentially be a recurring threat finisher. Probably still a C- for Screaming Swarm. Screaming Swarm? Hey, look, it's chat. Exactly. Next, the final blue card, Hullbreaker Horror. 5 blue for 7/8 Kraken Horror with Flash that can't be countered? What the fuck? And when you cast this spell, choose up to 1. Return target spell you don't control to its owner's hand, or return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Jesus goddamn. Big ass Kraken Horror that can either bounce a casted spell from your opponent or just bounce a non-land permanent. And just says, what are you going to do about it? Man. That's another one of those where like, where do I sit with this? Oh, whenever you cast a spell, not cast this spell. You are right, Prism. Dude, fuck that. Are you kidding me? So anytime you cast any other spell, you can start returning your opponent's permanents or have instant speed to return their bullshit. Huh. Seven mana is a lot. But like if you, as soon as you get this down and untap with it, like what does your opponent even do? This could be a very, very good finisher. I'm very concerned about the mana cost though. Is it an A-? I think the mana cost makes it a B+. It is really going to depend on how often you're going to be able to get this mana out to be able to cast it, or if it's too slow and the format is too aggressive for that. It's either a B+ or an A-, and I don't know what, but I love them. Otter of the Red Wall, thank you so much for the resub. Love the magic content in the Final Fantasy XI video. Is it worth to get the collector's box in this set? I don't think it's worth to get collector's boxes ever. Unless you just have a lot of money and you don't give a fuck. It's always smarter just to get singles if there's specific cards you want. You'll save yourself a lot of money and headache. I don't do that because I'm a sucker and I like opening up packs. And because how else are we supposed to do booster pack openings if I don't buy boosters? So I do it for work. All right, that's blue. Let me use the bathroom, chat, and let me give my voice a couple minutes to rest. Let me know what you think of the set so far, based on the golds, the blues, and the white. As of right now, I kind of think white might be a little bit better than blue on its own. But, you know, just like everything else, it'll depend on the card synergy and how everything comes together. But I feel like on its own, white might be a little bit better. We'll see. All right, so I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Let my voice rest for a few moments. I'll play some ads in the meantime. Hope you guys don't mind, and we'll hop right back into black afterwards. Okay? All right. See you guys in just a bit. Thanks for waiting, everyone. All right, ready to hop right into black? All right, we're starting off with the blood fountain. Oh, just kidding. We're actually starting off with the booster pack opening. Chat, like I said earlier, when you hang out here in chat, you can earn gold pieces and redeem those gold pieces for different rewards. Sabaris wants to open up a pack of Innistrad Midnight Hunt since we're looking at Innistrad. Makes sense to me. Let's do it. All right, let's see here. Let's count out the commons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sadly, 10 commons, so there's no foil in here. But maybe we can get a good rare. Let's see. We got the Gavity Dawn Guard. Defend the Celestis. The Flesh Taker. And the rare card is Curse of Leeches. Curse of Leeches is your rare Sabaris. Speaking of aura curses, there you go. That drains him for 1 and at night becomes the 4/4 life-linking Leech Horror. That's what we open up. Courtesy of your booster pack opening. Thank you so much. Let's get back to talking about Magic. Alright, let's start off with Blood Fountain. It's a 1-mana artifact. When it enters the battlefield, create a blood token. You can pay 4 to sacrifice Blood Fountain to return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. I don't know how important blood tokens are going to be, or being able to generate them so much that you're basically playing 1 to make a blood token. Because it is a later 5-mana, was it the soul retrieval or whatever, where you get 2 creature cards from your graveyard back to your hand. It is at instant speed. I'm not super stoked on this one. No. I guess I could see it working in the late game. Like a 1-mana, put it down, get a blood token. You can use the blood token for other blood effects, or even just sack the blood token to rummage. And then in the late game, you could sack it right away to get creature cards back into your hand. It still reads just kind of mostly okay to me. I think it's probably a C- for Blood Fountain. Sorry, really was cutting off. Yeah, C-. We'll move on to Concealing Curtains. It's a 1-mana rare wall? What? 0/4 Defender. Pay 3 to transform it at sorcery. It becomes the Revealing Eye, a 3/4 Menace. And when it transforms, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, that player discards that card, then draws a card. So it's a 4 mana, 3/4 menace. Which isn't too bad. You get to see your opponent's hand and that you force them to rummage. It's not... I wish it was like just a straight discard. If it was a straight discard, it'd be fucking awesome. Interesting card. I mean, early game, it gets you a blocker that you can transform later on. In the late game, it's a 4 mana, 3/4 menace, lets you see your opponent's hand, force them to rummage. Is it a may, or do they have to? You may choose one. You could submit 0 and force them to hold on to their bullshit. It's not bad. I think it's a B-. It's not like a strong signal to go into black, but you'll be happy to put one into your black deck. Because like a 3/4 menace does block really well. It doesn't attack as great because usually you want your menace creatures to have more power when attacking since they have to double block anyway. I'll go B-. Next is Dread Fugue, a 1 black sorcery with a cleave cost. Target player reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. With mana value 2 or less, that player discards that card. So it's like a... what you call it? Fuck. You know, the 1 mana black card where you see your opponent's hand, they have to just screw out a non-land non-creature. Only this time it costs 3 to hit one that's worthwhile. Duress, thank you. My brain was stuck on the word disturb. Duress. It's like a... Yeah. Because of the amount of disturb that's in this set, I like this one less. Especially at 3 mana. I could see myself sideboarding this in if I know my opponent has something like a Planeswalker and I've got no other way of dealing with it, and I want to be able to maybe desperately hit the Planeswalker or something similar like that. Otherwise, this is not really a card you want to play. It's like a D-. Move on to Gift of Fangs. 1 black for an aura. An enchanted creature gets +2/+2 as long as it's a vampire. Otherwise, it gets a -2/2. Woo! A modal deadweight? I kind of like it. If I'm playing black and I know I got vampires to buff my own, awesome. Otherwise, it is a deadweight that can take out or weaken one of your opponent's creatures. Don't play this in your zombies deck, because if you end up facing a vampires deck, then this is just a bad card for you to have. In general, though, I like it. I think it's a solid C. Yeah, it's a modal deadlight. That's pretty cool. See. Next, Persistent Specimen, a 1 mana, 1/1 skeleton. 2 to black, return Persistent Specimen from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Hell yeah. This guy rules. If you're... Like, there's no stipulation of when you can return them. Just gotta pay the 3. Differently costed reassembling skeletons. Exactly. And this skeleton is going to make your exploit cards incredibly good. A 1 mana 1/1 that you can just chump block or exploit and keep bringing back whenever you want it. Yeah. More than happy to play one of these in my deck, especially with exploit. Easy C for Persistent Specimen. And in the late game, you got a forever chump blocker. Yeah, Persistent Specimen gets a C. Moving on, Undying Malice. 1 black for 1 mana for a common instant. Until end of turn, when this creature dies, return it to its the battlefield tapped under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. This is a reprint. We've seen this card before. I've seen these effects kind of work, but typically it's not really what you're looking for when you're drafting your deck. This is, again, this is one of those, like, if you need a 23rd card, Undying Malice can be okay, but it's still not awesome. It's like a D+ for Undying Malice. It's cute with Exploit. Yeah, it's cute, but, like, cute. That's all you get out of it. Yeah, D+ for Undying Malice. Next, Doom Dissenter. Dude, he's back! The 1/1 that dies, you get a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Hell yeah, C. Especially with Exploit. You exploit him, get your exploit effect, and you get a zombie token out of it anyway. Super good to see. Easy C for Doom Dissenter. With great upside. Next up, Graph Reaver. 1 black for a 3/3 zombie warrior at rare. Damn, with Exploit. When Graph Reaver exploits a creature, destroy target planeswalker. Alright, well, that doesn't matter. At the beginning of your upkeep, Graph Reaver deals 1 damage to you. So he's a 2-mana 3/3 zombie. I think I'd be happy playing this guy regardless. If you curve this homeboy out on turn 2, like, you're going to start getting in for a lot of damage against your opponent until they have a means of just chumping it. It's not too often that this becomes a problem. It's only like turn 8 or something like that, and you're at 4 life and you need him to block. Your opponent could just not attack and watch your life sap away. But for the most part, he's got too good of a ability to be used. He's solid. I think he's just a B. And if it gets to the point where he can't attack it anymore and he's just causing you life, you can always exploit him later. I think he's a B. Next, Groom's Finery. Oh, this is their Bride Finery card. Bride's Gown. 1 black. Equipped creature gets +2. It also gets +0, +2, and Death Touch as long as you have Bride's Gown attached to something. Yeah. It's still only really worth it if you got both, so it's just kind of bad. If you got both and paying that much mana, what did I say for Bride's Gown? I changed my mind. I'm downgrading both to an F. Nah. Not how you want to be spending your mana. Moving on. Mindly School. 1 black for 2/2 zombie with Exploit. When Mindly Ghoul exploits a creature, each opponent exiles a card from their hand. Ooh, not just discard, but exile? I've always liked these kinds of effects. Like, Skin Witch, or Blood Tithe Collector, or whatever. But I'd also just be fine playing out as a 2/2. I love that it's exile and not just discard. That really gets around the disturb nonsense. Mileage School is great. C+. I'd be happy playing those. Next, Parasitic Grasp. 1 black, uncommon instant with a cleave cost. It deals 3 damage to target human creature. You gain 3 life. Or for 1 black, 3 damage to target creature, gain 3 life. Sure. Ain't nothing wrong with it. C+. Yeah, decent. Not too often you're going to get a mana advantage out of this, but it's going to be able to kill most things, even at its cleave cost, especially at instant speed. I think the instant speed helps it a lot. C+ for Parasitic Grasp. Next, the Ragged Recluse. 1 black for a 2/1 human peasant. At the beginning of your end step, if you discarded a card this turn, transform. Only if you discard, okay. An Odious Witch becomes a 3/3 human warlock. Whenever it attacks, you drain your opponent for 1. Interesting. So it's only at your end step. Okay, so I get it. So if you use a blood token, you can make this into a 3/3. I don't know how many other self-discarding effects you can do. It seems like for the most part, it's going to be a blood token. Yeah, it seems okay. It's another C. Yeah, it's a C that becomes a little bit better as soon as you can discard. If you don't get that, though, you're basically still just with like a 2-1 blocker. C. Restless Bloodseeker's next. 1 in a black for an uncommon vampire. 1/3. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life, create a blood token. That's very good. And you can sacrifice 2 blood tokens to transform him into the Blood-Soaked Reveler, who becomes a 3/3. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life, create a blood token. Ooh, pay 5. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. That's just another mana sink. I like this guy. If you don't have any kind of life gain or, you know, blood token generation, not great. But he seems very solid. I like him. C+. Like, if you know you're gaining life and getting blood tokens out of it for either card advantage or setting up for transforming him, then you start attacking with a 3/3. Whoops. And you can sacrifice the blood tokens at instant speed. Oh, no, sorcery. Never mind. Yeah, he's absolutely best in the white-black gain life deck. But if you got other means of generating blood tokens, he still could be solid and gives you a mana sink later on. Yeah, C+ for Restless Bloodseeker. Next, Undead Butler. 1 in a black for a 1/2 zombie. When enters the battlefield, mill 3. And then when he dies, you may exile it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, I like him. Yeah, okay. So 1/2 with upside. Yeah, with the mill 3, you can basically use that to help find a creature card. He ends up being a pretty solid exploit target for that reason, because then you just exile him and get a better creature card back for even more advantage. Yeah, he seems very solid. He's either a good chump blocker to help you get another creature card back, or he's just a good exploit target. I think Undead Butler looks solid. C+. Next, Vampire's Kiss, 1 in a black sorcery. Target player loses 2 life. You gain 2 life. Create 2 blood tokens. I think I'd rather play this than the Fountain. I wish this was sorcery speed. Again, it seems like there's going to be enough blood generation that you don't need to waste a card on a sorcery slot just to make 2 more. For the drain effect. Yeah, again, that 23rd card slot. That's where this goes. This is like a D+ to me. Next, Voldaren Bloodcaster. 1 in a black for a rare 2/1 flying vampire wizard. So whenever Voldaren Bloodcaster or another non-creature you control dies, create a blood token. Whenever you create a blood token, if you have 5 or more blood tokens, transform her into the Blood Bat Summoner, a 3/3 flyer. At the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 1 target blood token you control becomes a 2/2 black bat with flying and haste. Huh. Niaga Dalamik, thanks for the resub. This seems very good. It's a 2-mana, 2/1 flyer with a lot of upside. Because if she dies, you get a blood token out of it for some card advantage. If you manage to somehow get a shit ton of blood tokens, then you got a 3/3 that's turning your blood tokens into bats. Your bats are still blood tokens. You can still sack your bats to rummage. And it's also not till end of turn. Your blood tokens are just blood bats forever. I like her a lot. I think it's an easy B for Voldaren Bloodcaster. Yeah, B. Next, aim for the head, tune a black sorcery. Choose one. Exile target zombie or target opponent exiles 2 cards from their hand. What's this? Mind Rot with upside? Is this where we're at in life, that Mind Rot has finally been hit by the power creep? I still don't think this is the kind of card you want to play, though. Like 3 mana exile target zombie, it is a sideboard card at best. Yeah, it's like a sideboard D+. If I was playing sealed, though, I would bring this in on the draw, because a Mind Rot effect in sealed on the draw actually is pretty good. And especially if I know my opponent's playing zombies, it comes a little bit better, but still, just a sideboard card. I like the art a lot. Next, the Arc Ghoul of Thraben. 2 and a black for a 3/2 zombie cleric. So whenever the Arc Ghoul of Thraben or another zombie you control dies, look at the top card of your library. If it's a zombie, reveal it, put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. I like that a lot. It's 3 mana, 3/2. We either get some card filtering or some card advantage, or just see what's coming. Very solid. Easy C+ for Arc Ghoul of Thraben. Next, Catapult Fodder, 2 and a black for a 1/5 creature zombie. It's another big butt. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 3 or more creatures that each have toughness greater than their power, transform Catapult Fodder. And it becomes the Catapult Captain, which is a 2/6, 2 and a black. Sacrifice another creature. Target opponent loses life equal to the sacrificed creature's toughness. Okay, so this is one of those red black or green black payoff cards where you got the big butts and you're just launching fat asses into your opponent. Jack Shippo with 100 bits. Thanks for doing these set reviews. They always help me out. Oh, I'm glad they help someone. Also, LifeDuck23, thank you for the brand new Twitch Prime sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, so this card definitely has the home in the green-black deck. Otherwise, yeah, it's a weirdly slow defensive card. It still reads as just like a C to me. And in green-black, you could start doing a lot of damage with your big butts. Next, Courier Bat. 2 and a black for a 2/2 flying bat. All right, that's about right. But when it enters the battlefield, if you gained life at this turn, return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So another white-black life gain payoff card. We're just get a 2/2 flyer and potentially another creature card back. Yeah, seems solid to me. The base stats are there with potential upside, so probably C+ for Courier Bat. Next, Demonic Bargain. 2 and a black for a rare sorcery. Exile the top 13 cards of your library. Then search your library for a card, put the card into your hand, then shuffle. F. F, 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 F. F. F! Do not play this card. F. Draw him off with the 200 bits. Get to go to the pre-release this Friday? Oh, hell yeah. I'm doing pre-releases this week, too. So, you have to exile 13 cards, and then you search your library for a card after you lose 13 cards. Alright. New achievement unlocked. Defeat your opponent after you play this on yourself. Alright? Moving on. Desperate Farmer. 2 and a black for a 2/2 human peasant with lifelink. Whenever another creature you control dies, transform the Desperate Farmer to a Depraved Harvester of 4/3 lifelink. Okay. So it's a 2/2 lifelinker that when something else dies, you then have a 4/3 lifelinker. Sure. C. Dying to Serve. Tuna black for a rare enchantment. Whenever you discard one or more cards, create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature tokens. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, so I get it. Whenever you activate a blood token, you get a zombie out of it. It reminds me a lot of the Ghoulish Procession card from Midnight Hunt. And even that card wasn't very good. I could see where it can be good with like proper build-arounds and enough support, but I think it's asking a lot for it to really work. It still seems like a D to me. I don't think it's going to be impactful enough. Falcon Wrath Forebear is next. 2 black for a 3/1 flying vampire who can't block. All right. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a blood token. Hell yeah. 1 black, sacrifice 2 blood tokens. Return Falcon Wrath Forebear from your graveyard to the battlefield. I agree, top Pop Tart. Once per turn, they come in tapped, makes it less good. I like that she comes back to the battlefield untapped. Not that it matters because she can't block. I mean, a 3/1 flying for 3 that can generate blood tokens is pretty good. It's going to trade out for whatever it is your opponent has in the air, and they're going to want to deal with it. Otherwise, you're just generating blood tokens and a lot of rummage value or blood token payoffs. She seems solid. B. Next up is the Fell Stinger. Tuna black for a 3/2 Death Touch. Sure. It also has Exploit. When Fell Stinger exploits a creature, target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Alright. It's a big scorpion. It's a zombie scorpion. Okay, so it actually matters for zombie decks. Yeah, so it's basically a 3/2 Death Toucher. Only you can Blood Pact one of your creatures. I'll hit him. And he's a 3/2, so as a Death Toucher, if he attacks in, your opponent typically doesn't want to block. And that extra point of power can help get a little more damage in against your opponent. Yeah. I like him. C+. Next, Gluttonous Geist, who I'm going to assume she's going to be like the cover art for the draft splash screen. Tuna black for a 1/4 vampire. Big butt vampire. When it enters the battlefield, get a blood token. And whenever you sacrifice a blood token, gain a life. Alright. So she's going to work best in the white-black. In the white-black deck, because it's going to be easy for you to gain life off your blood tokens. But it also can work really, really well in green-black, because she's a 1/4 vampire. I don't think she's going to work well in red-black, because I think it's going to be more aggressive than that, but she still kind of seems just okay to me. It's like a C-, I think. Yeah, C-. Next, Headless Rider. 2 to black for a rare 3/1 zombie. Whenever Headless Rider or another non-token zombie you control dies, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Oh, okay. So on his own, he's a super doomed dissenter. And without that, just makes your other creatures into more black zombies? Hell yeah. I like it. I think he's a B plus. And it does read that it's whenever any of your non-token zombie controls dies. So not just once per turn or one or more, it's each one. So yeah, B plus for Headless Rider. Next, Hero's Downfall, 1 black, instant uncommon, destroy target creature or planeswalker. Yup, B plus. Moving on, not much else to say about it. Instant speed, unconditional removal, B plus. Path of Peril, 1 black for a rare sorcery, destroy all creatures with mana value 2 or less, or if you cleave it for 6, destroy all creatures. Yeah, it's a super murder. So white's got a board wipe, black has a board wipe. I feel like this works a little bit clunkier in black. Especially at 6 mana. I like this board wipe less than the white board wipe. I mean, yeah, I like that this can hit a lot of tokens. Yeah, it's like an okay main board wipe. Like a B minus. But as a sideboard token answer, it's like a B plus. Yeah, like I mean, like, while I'm board wiping this in white-black means your white-black deck is usually wants to be more on the control side. And it didn't really seem like white-black wants to be control. But again, if your opponent has a lot of tokens or token generation, then this card becomes very, very good at B+. I feel like it's a sideboard card, but just because I don't think white-black wants to be playing a board wipe. Yeah, I'm going to go sideboard B+. Yeah. Next. Pointed Discussion. Oh, they had this before. Oh, no, they haven't. Tune a black sorcery, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, create a blood token. So it's blood pact with upside. It's a better blood pact. You get to keep the blood. Huh? It's still sorcery speed though. So I don't love it. Still just seems like a D+ card to me. Like if you're playing black, it seems like between all the exploit and blood tokens, you're already going to have a means of getting cards. So you really don't need extra on top of that. So D+ for Pointed Discussion. Bleed Dry. 2 black instant. Target creature gets -13, -3, 13 until end of turn. If that creature would die, exile it instead. Ooh. That exile sure does make this look really good. I think that's just another... That's just like another B+, right? Yeah, Bleed Dry, aka Super Suck. Yeah, very good. Blood Crazed Social Light is next. 3 black for a 3/3 Menace Vampire. Alright. When Blood Crazed Social Light enters the battlefield, create a blood token. Okay. And then whenever he attacks, whenever she attacks, you may sacrifice a blood token. If you do, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Ooh, is it Menace? Alright, so it's a 4 mana 3/3 Menace with some rubbage opportunity. But then it can also attack as something larger. Now, the way it reads, you do have to sacrifice the blood token the moment it attacks. You can't, like, use it as an instant speed trick after your opponent declares blockers or anything like that. But that's still pretty big, and it gives you a... This is a good, This seems like a really good... What you call it? Use for your blood tokens. Seems solid. I like it to see. Be happy playing one. Next, Bloodsworn Squire. 3 to black for a 3/3 vampire soldier at uncommon. You can pay 1 in the black to discard a card. Bloodsworn Squire gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Then if there are 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard, transform it into the Bloodsworn Knight. Oh, I like that flavor. Bloodsworn Knight's power and toughness are each equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. 1 in the black, discard a card. Bloodsworn Knight gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Yeah, when it flips, it's at minimum of 4/4. And that indestructible effect is super good. Allows you to allows you to block really, really well. Can you use that discard even if he's tapped? Yes. So the way it reads, you can attack with the Bloodsworn Squire, Bloodsworn Knight, and then activate its ability after it's attacking, and you still get to make it indestructible. You can also use it to block, activate after blocking. This seems very solid. I like this. Allows you to get aggressive if you need to. Allows you to block well if you need to. Yeah, C+ for Bloodsworn Squire. Maybe B-. May lean B-. Yeah, B-. Next card is the Blood Vial Purveyor. 2 black for a 5/6 flying trample vampire? What the what? Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player creates a blood token. Whenever a Blood Vial Purveyor attacks, it gets +1/+0 for each blood token defending player controls. What the fuck? Why would you not play it? A 4 mana 5/6 flying with trample? Oh, but your opponent can get blood tokens. Yeah, which makes him trample harder. Fucking A+. What the fuck? Yeah. Like, this is like your Windmill Slam, pack 1, pick 1, force black card. You got day 0, errata, now reads until end of turn. I mean, I assumed that was the case, yeah. Jesus, alright, that's stupid. Okay. Next. Diagraph Scavenger, 3 in a black for a Zom Bear, 2/3 Death Touch, hell yeah. When he enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, drain your opponent for 2. At 4 mana? Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, see, I like him. Can remove a, yeah, Graveyard Hate is going to be important for this set with Disturb. A little bit of Drain, defends well. I like him. Henrika Damnathi, 2 black for a mythic legendary vampire. That's a 1/3 flyer. Okay. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one that hasn't been chosen. Each player sacrifices a creature. You draw a card, and you lose 1 life. Or transform Henrika. into Henrika Infernal Seer, a 3/4 flying death touch lifelink, 1 black, each creature you control with flying death touch and or lifelink gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So the way this reads is that you can transform her right away. Put it down, 4 mana, comes down as a 1/3 flyer. You go to combat, you choose to transform Henrika, and then she's a 3/4 flying death touch lifelink right away. Or you try to slow play it, force your opponent to sack, maybe draw some cards, or just... This is also super good. There's another easy A+. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, these mythic... This should be a mythic, but these are bonkers good. Fucking A, man. Guess we're moving on. Innocent Traveler, 2 black, 1/3 human. At the beginning of your upkeep, any opponent may sacrifice a creature. If no one does, transform her into a Malicious Invader, a 3/3 flyer, and she gets +2/+0 as long as an opponent controls a human. Oh, interesting. That seems very good. So it's like it's a 1/3 black where your opponent starts stacking stuff or he has to deal with a 3/3 flyer. Yeah, seems good. C+. Next. Skulking Killer, 3 and a black for a 4/2 vampire assassin. When it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn if that opponent controls no other creatures.
Sweet.
That can be good either to take out one of your opponent's 2 toughness creatures or even as a post-combat trick if your opponent does like just blocks a weaker creature or something. That's pretty narrow though with the no other creatures. Otherwise you just end up paying 4 mana for a 4/2. It's more of a C- for Skulking Killer. Birdleaf Gavin, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime resub. Sorin the Mirthless. 2 black for Sorin. Has 4 loyalty, okay. +1, look at the top card of your library. You may reveal that card and put it into your hand. If you do, you lose life equal to its mana value. So you can +1 this. If it's a land, reveal the land and just draw the land. -2, make a 2/3 black vampire creature token with flying and lifelink. That's fucking great. -7, Sorin the Mirthless deals 13 damage to any target. You gain 13 life. He's just Alucard at this point, right? That's just what they made him look like. But can he backdash? I get it. Sorin's great. Like I said before, it matters if a planeswalker entering the battlefield can protect itself right away or not. And the fact that it can -2 to create a lifelinking flying creature, yes, absolutely can protect itself with a great blocker and you get a flyer with lifelink. Super good. It's just another fucking A+ for another bomb mythic in black. You're getting a little ridiculous here, black. Maybe she's an A, because he doesn't take out your opponent's big creatures. Yeah, we'll just say A. I'll bump him down a little bit. A, right? A. Next up, Edgar's Awakening. 3 black for an uncommon sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. When you discard Edgar's Awakening, you may pay 1 black. If you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, so it's got a madness cost, sort of. $13 damage to any target, including the opponent directly. Yes, the way that reads, you can hit your opponent for 13. I like this for the madness cost, because this makes it a pretty good blood token toss away to get another creature back. The 5 mana sorcery to get a creature card back from your back to the battlefield. That kind of reanimation stuff at that much mana is pretty slow. But I do like the madness version of it. Yeah, if you can blood token this, I think it's a solid C. The 5 mana, a bit on the slow side, C- for that one. Next, Rot-Tide Gargantua, 3 black for 5/4 zombie kraken with exploit. When the Rot-Tide Gargantua exploits a creature, each opponent sacrifices a creature. It's okay. No menace or anything, it's just a 5/4. Yeah, you're a D. For the most part, you're just kind of a big butt. You're a D. It's not that chunky of a finisher because the 4 toughness means he's going to die to typically a fair amount of 4 mana creatures or just 2 cheaper creatures. Yeah, D. Next, Unhallowed Phalanx, 4 and a black for a 1/13. And just the battlefield tapped. Oh, okay. I get it. Look, it enters the battlefield tapped, though. So it's a D. Another achievement unlocked. Somehow catapult this motherfucker into your opponent. Next, Wedding Security, 3 black for a 4/4 vampire soldier. When it attacks, you may sack a blood token. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on Wedding Security. And draw a card. Oh, okay. Wedding Security just makes all your blood tokens that better. You get a +1/+1 counter and a straight up draw out of it. Solid. I like them. B- for the Wedding Security. If you have no blood tokens, though, you don't want to play this card. Like, you need to make sure you have blood generation to want to play this, which shouldn't be too difficult in black. Next, okay, another mythic, Cemetery Desecrator. 4 black for 4/4 menace zombie. When it enters the battlefield or dies, exile another card from a graveyard. When you do, choose 1. Remove X counters from target permanent, or target creature an opponent controls gets -X until end of turn, where X is the mana value of the exiled card. Fuck, this guy's really good too. So it's a 6 mana 4/4 menace that you can use to exile a card out of your opponent's graveyard and use that to take out one of your opponent's creatures. And then if for some reason the Cemetery Desecrator dies, you do it again. Super good. Super good. Yeah, he's another A. Just another really good A. The 6 mana is a lot, though. And that's... And that can be of a concern depending on the speed of the format, but damn, dude. 5 and black for Grisly Ritual sorcery speed. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Create 2 blood tokens. I'd be happy playing this in sealed. If you have to play this in draft, you fucked up somewhere. Like 6 mana sorcery speed, creature destruction, just... no. Again, Sealed, I would do it, but not in draft. Yeah, it's like a D plus in draft. C and sealed. Excuse me. And oh my god, there's fucking more. All right, Dreadfast Demon. 5 black for a 6/6 flying demon. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice a non-demon creature. If you do, create a token that's a copy of Dreadfast Demon. You kidding me? So right away at your end step, you're getting at least another one of these dudes. It is 7 mana. 7's a lot. He's another good bomb. But the 7 mana cost does make it a bit much. I'm putting him at 8-. Because, again, you put this in your second main phase, you go straight to end step, the trigger happens. And if you got another non-demon creature, you get a second one. And your opponent can't deal with... This is getting out of hand! Now there are 2 of them. But yeah, the 7 mana is pretty brutal, even in draft. So, A- for Dreadfast Demon, but if you're able to get this down, and even if you're able to activate it once, that's a lot. And then the final, because why not, another black mythic. Toxrill the Corrosive, a 5 black legendary slug horror, that's a 7/7. Okay. At the beginning of each end step, put a slime counter on each creature you don't control. Creatures you don't control get -1/-1 for each slime counter on them. And whenever a creature you don't control with a slime counter on it dies, make a 1/1 black slug creature token. Pay blue-black, sacrifice a slug, draw a card. At each end step, so he very slowly slugs down your opponent's creatures, and then when they die, you get a slug out of them. That's still a lot of mana, though. I'm gonna keep him at the A- rank, though. Same as Dreadfast Demon. Like, it's very difficult for your opponent to deal with it. If they manage to spot removal it, and then, like, you know, you got to spend 7 mana on nothing. So I like Dreadfast Demon a little bit more, but they're still both on the expensive side. I want to put B+ for Toxrill, but it might be an A- depending on the speed of the format. I just don't know if we're going to be able to reliably cast 7 mana cards. And just reliably. Just make sure you're being able to have enough turns in the game to be able to have that many lands out. So I'm going to say B+. But yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, exactly, Chibi Acer. The slime tokens, the slime counters only give -1/-1 while Toxrill is alive. That's why, like, if they somehow manage to take care of this, then you basically spend 7 mana for nothing. But this is absolutely like, your opponent has to deal with this or they're going to lose. So he's still very good. I don't like the mana cost, though. Let's move on to red. Ancestral Anger. 1 red for sorcery. Target creature gains trample and +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of cards named Ancestral Anger in your graveyard. Draw a card. Hey. This is that red, one of those cards that you want in your red blue decks. This is such a cheap cantrip. Allows you to draw up. You're making your creatures trample. You're getting the spell effects. I don't know if there's any kind of prowess trigger in the set, but if you have like that 2/1 blue Drake, this looks good. I'm assuming there's going to be like a lot of stuff that wants the cantrip, so you're casting as many spells a turn as you can. Just based on what I'm remembering about the red blue cards, yeah, this could be interesting. If you end up with like 4 or 5 of these in like a spells heavy deck, and you just play like 1 red mana, give a creature +X/+0, trample, and you draw another card, that's not nothing. Especially if you can chain these in multiples on a single turn, it gets extra funny. But I do like it for its cantrip effect. I'm gonna put it as C-, but it's certainly a card that you want multiples of to cantrip and really wants to be in those red-blue decks. Next is End the Festivities. A 1 red sorcery deals 1 damage to each opponent and each creature and planeswalker they control. It's a 1 mana and deal 1 to all your opponent's shit. It's probably the sideboard card, right? Sideboard, kill your opponent's tokens. Or again, if you end up having multiples and you need to get those cheap red spells, like you cast 2 of them, dealing 2 to everything your opponent has, that's a lot. Either way, this seems like a creature token sideboard response card. Otherwise, it's a D. Move on. Flame Blessed Bolt. So 1 red for deal 2 damage to creature or planeswalker. If they would die that turn, exile instead. Okay. So it's like a pseudo shock with exile effect. Not quite a magma spray. Ooh. I mean, that exile effect is going to be pretty powerful against a lot of cards. I think you're happy playing as many of these in your deck as you can with all the disturb costs and creatures out there. C+ for Flame Blessed Bolt. Yeah, good against disturb, absolutely. And there's quite a few like 2 toughness creatures, especially in white. Had quite a bit. I guess almost all of them. Next is the Kessig Wolf Rider, a 1/2 human knight for 1 red on a big ol' wolf. It's 1/2 menace, sorry. 2 and a red, exile 3 cards from your graveyard, create a 3/2 red wolf creature token. Oh, cool. Really, a 1/2 that just allows you to start making some wolves? Not even 2/2 green wolves, but 3/2 red wolves. Great. Solid B for Kessig Wolf Rider. Angie Wolves, yeah. I think this has a home. I think if you're playing red at all, this card has a home in it. Like, obviously, like the red-green werewolf stuff, you have some synergy there. But if you're playing red-white aggro, being able to create 3/2s off your dead shit is awesome. If you're playing black-red, being able to create 3/2s off your dead shit is awesome. If you're playing blue-red spells, creating 3/2 wolves off your used spells is great. Yeah, if you can get this out on turn 1, or even later to start using up your graveyard as a resource, I like Kessig Wolf Rider a lot. I think it's a solid B for Kessig Wolf Rider. Next up is the Voldaren Epicure, a 1 mana 1/1 vampire. When it enters the battlefield, deal 1 damage to each opponent, make a blood token. All right. I don't know if that 1 damage was matter a whole lot, but I'd be happy playing this as a 1/1 for 1 that makes a blood token. The 1 damage to each opponent is just a nice little bonus, but yeah, solid C. Just get some blood tokens. Sure, why not? C. Abrade's back. 1 red, deal 3 damage to target creature or destroy target artifact. Yep, happy to see those. Artifact, I haven't looked at the artifacts yet, but Abrade is just as good. It's a lightning strike with, well, lightning strike does not hit opponents, but whatever. It's still good. C+ for Abrade. You want those. Next is Blood Petal Celebrant. 1 and a red for a 2/1 vampire. It has first strike as long as it's attacking. And then when the Blood Petal Celebrant dies, create a blood token. Yeah, okay. A nice aggressive card, and then if you need to block with it, you get some blood out of it anyway, so you can discard and replenish itself. Very solid. C+ for Blood Petal Celebrant. Yeah. Cemetery Gatekeeper, a 1 red mythic vampire at 2/1 with first strike. When it enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. Okay. Whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, Cemetery Gatekeeper deals 2 damage to that player. Fascinating. The play pattern on that's going to be really interesting. As a 2-mana 2/1 first strike, I'm already happy with it. And then just has some pretty solid upside. As a mythic, it's not quite Windmill Slam 100%. You win. On the off chance you get to exile land that's nasty, well, it kind of depends, Blastburn, right? If it's like, if you manage to get this down on like turn 2, 3, or 4, and you manage to do that, yeah, that's super good. Because then you might be able to sneak out another extra, 4, 6, 8 damage against your opponent for punishing them for wanting to play lands. But if it's like already turn 7 or 8 and your opponent already has like 6, 7 lands out, if you put them down, you don't want to target lands. Your opponent can just choose to not play lands. You want to get a creature and then punish them for playing creatures. So that's fascinating. I like him. It's a B+. It's not so incredibly good that he's like a Windmill Slam mythic rare, but he's very good. B+. Hungry Ridgewolf is next. 1 red for 2/2 wolf. As long as you control another wolf or werewolf, he gets +1/+0 and has trample. Oh yeah, the way Cemetery Gatekeeper reads that he does hit yourself too. That's right. That's a good point, Chibi Acer. It does hit yourself too. So you got to be careful with that. I like Hungry Ridgewolves quite a bit. Like, as soon as you have multiple wolves and they're all just 3/2 tramples, that allows you to be really aggressive. I'm going to downgrade Cemetery Gatekeeper from a B+ to B because it can hit yourself. Hungry Ridgewolves, though, it's your classic 2/2 for 2, but some solid upside allows you to start getting aggressive. C+ for Hungry Ridgewolf. Why isn't that wolf in the wolf set? Right? It really should have been. Like, this wolf is better than the other red 2/2 wolf in the previous wolf set. Because this is great. Kessig Flame Breather is next. 1 and a red for a 1/3 human shaman. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Kessig Flame Breather deals 1 damage to each opponent. There is a classic sting for your spells. If you get multiples of these, this makes the stuff like the Ancestral Anger make these Flame Breathers even better. If you're playing the blue-red spells, you want multiples of these for sure. Next, Magma Pummeler. X red for a 0/0 elemental. It enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. Okay. If damage would be dealt to Magma Pummeler, while it has a +1/+1 counter on it, prevent that damage and remove that many +1/+1 counters on it. When 1 or more counters are removed from Magma Pummeler this way, deal that much damage to any target. That's a tough one. the double red casting cost makes it rough. It feels like a card. So even though it reads as X red red, I don't think you want to cast this until you can put at least 3 +1/+1 counters on it. So really it's like a 5 mana card. Because otherwise it's just going to get, it's not going to get enough value on it. Because like paying X red red for 2/2, that's not great. 5 mana for a 3/3 that could have maybe more than one block, it's a bit better. Yeah, I think the way you need to look at this card is that it is a 5 mana card. And even at 5 mana, it can block pretty well and then likely be able to take out another one of your opponent's creatures after losing 3 +1/+1 counters on it. Man, that's just going to be expensive to really get it going. I mean, the later in the game that you can cast this, the better. Absolutely. But otherwise, to me, it's going to be just a C because of that. Like, it's not good until that 5 mana mark. Next is Reckless Impulse. 1 in a red. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until your next turn, you may play those cards. Nah. You don't really want those. Sure, you can play lands off the top of it, but you got to be pretty desperate if you need cards like this in your deck. D. Runebound Wolf. Another 2/2 wolf for 2 at uncommon. Pay 4 and tap the Runebound Wolf. Deal damage equal to the number of wolves and werewolves you control to target opponent. Okay. So if nothing else in the late game, you start paying 4 to ping your opponent for at least 1. Once you get another wolf out and you're dealing 2, a little bit better. He seems alright. He's a wolf with some solid late game upside. B- for the Runebound Wolf. Next, Sanguine Statuette. 1 in a red for a red artifact. When it enters the battlefield, create a blood token. Okay. Whenever you sacrifice a blood token, you may have Sanguine Statuette become a 3/3 vampire artifact creature with haste until end of turn. So it's like a different riddle form. Oh, it doesn't have flying. That's true. It could be like a build around B-. Otherwise, the effect on its own, like if you're only getting like 1 or 2 activations off of it, the lack of evasion does kind of hurt it, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna lean C- for Sanguine Statuette, but I could see some potential build-arounds for it, especially if you have multiples. Oh, Sure Strike's back. 1 in a red, instant, target creature gets +3/+0, and first strike until end of turn. Yep, just a solid combat trick that's both good offensively and defensively. C-. Voltaic Visionary, 1 in a red for a 3/1 wizard. Tap it. The Visionary deals 2 damage to you. Exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn at sorcery speed. And when you play a card exiled by Voltaic Visionary, transform it into the Volt Charged Berserker, a 4/3 that can't block. Well, the way this reads is that it's very possible for you to have a 4/3 on turn 3. And that's good. Otherwise, at turn 2, you still have a 3/1 that you can slap your opponent with. this doesn't really read as a blue-red deck card to me. I think you want to put this in any of your other red aggro decks. She's very good early game because even spending life for even a bit of card advantage to get stuff at the top of your deck, or even just attacking as a 3-1 while you have an open chance to do so, I absolutely would do that. No, she's good. She is good. Because, yeah, even in the late game, at 2 mana, you got a 3-1 blocker who can trade up very, very easily. And if you don't have mana or life to spare, yeah, this allows you to just keep blocking with something good. And if it's early game and you got the life, you can start getting some card advantage and potentially transforming her into a 4-3. No, I like her. I like her a lot. I'm going to put her at B-. Ecomagnetic, thanks for that resub. That's a really interesting card, though. Yeah, you don't... Like, this is still a 3-1. Like, that's still a good attacker for an aggressive deck. And then if you need to start, like... If you, like, activate her, take 2 damage, whatever, and you find a land, you play the land, and now you got yourself a 4-3 for the rest of the turns, and you went through your deck a little bit faster. I like her. B-. Next is Alchemist Gambit. 1 red for a rare sorcery with a cleave cost. Take an extra turn after this one. During that turn, damage can't be prevented. At the beginning of that turn's end step, you lose the game. Exile Alchemist Gambit. Meme card, F. Moving on. Alluring Suitor. 2 and a red for a 2-3 vampire. When you attack with exactly 2 creatures, transform Alluring Suitor. He becomes a 3-3 trample. I love her dress. When this creature transforms into Deadly Dancer, add 2 red mana until end of turn. You don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. Pay 2 red mana, Deadly Dancer, and another target creature each get +1/+0 until end of turn. Oh, neat. I actually like him. So 2 and a red with a 2-3 means he's going to be able to block most 2-drops. And then as soon as you're able to attack with another one, make him in the trample and have a threat of activation of getting a +1/+0 on 2 different creatures that are trample. Oh, sorry, no, only he's trample. The other one may not be. Still. I dig it. C+. C+ with him. Belligerent Geist is next. 2 and a red for a 3-2 trample, vampire. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, make a blood token. Alright, yeah. It's got the trample on her, so you'll probably get a blood token out of it. Solid, C. Next is Blood Hypnotist. 2 and a red for a 3-3 vampire. Blood Hypnotist can't block. Whenever you sacrifice 1 or more blood tokens, target creature can't block this turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. For the most part, this is a 3-3 for 3 that can't block. I would like this way more if it came in with its own blood token, so you know you'd be able to use it at least once and try to guarantee a chump blocker getting in for 3 damage. It's okay. I think it's just another C for that one. The not being able to block is a bummer. Next is Bloody Betrayal. 2 and a red. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste. Create a blood token. Yeah, just your classic creature steal with small upside. I don't know if there's much creature activated sacrifice abilities. Steal then exploit. That'd be the ideal play, but you're already spending 3 mana on the betrayal alone. And then having more mana afterwards to be able to exploit it. Yeah, it gets a little tough there. It seems like a D to me. Unless there's way more sacrifice stuff than I realized, but I don't think there is. Next, Chandra Dressed to Kill, which first off, you sure are. I love that dress. 1 red for a Chandra, that's 3 loyalty, okay. You can +1 her to add a red mana, and then she deals 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. Okay. +1 to exile the top card of your library. If it's red, you may cast it this turn. Okay. -7, exile the top 5 cards of your library. You may cast red spells from among them this turn. You get an emblem with whenever you cast a red spell. The emblem deals X damage to any target, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast this spell. Underwhelming Chandra. It's too bad. That's really too bad. It's a 3-mana planeswalker, so it's not like... not bad to play, but she's just not going to be that impactful. Yeah, the problem with the second ability is that she's basically just like a weak mana ramp. And the likelihood of being able to do a second +1 for card advantage is pretty low. I mean, that said, your opponent still has to deal with it. Because once you start getting the threat of activation at that -7, your opponent starts to feel like, oh wait, that could be bad. But she's not great. I'll put her at, man, ugh. I might put her at D+. Unless if you're able to draft your deck so you're like 70% red, she becomes a bit better, but I don't think I like her. I'm gonna put her at D+. I've just seen better 3-mana spells. Next. Curse of Hospitality. 200 red for a curse. Enchant player. Creatures attacking enchanted player have trample. Okay. When a creature deals combat damage to the enchanted player, that player exiles the top card of their library. Until end of turn, that creature's controller may play that card, and they may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast that spell. So you want to curse yourself? Right? You want to curse yourself. Give your creatures trample. Well, no, because then if your opponent hits you... No, I'm reading this wrong. Sorry. Creatures attacking enchanted player have trample. Okay, no, that makes more sense. Yeah, you want to curse your opponent. Because now all your creatures attacking them have trample. I read that wrong. I thought it was like enchanted players' creatures have trample. No, it's creatures attacking the enchanted player. Okay, no, this is good. This allows your creatures to start trampling in, and if you manage to hit them all, you start taking their shit. And it does say play that cards, which means you can take their lands. I like it. It's a great curve out card with some upside, but if you're way behind, you're basically dead anyway. Still solid, C+. I like it enough. Especially if you know you're in a more aggressive deck and you want to start trampling through. C+. Daybreak Combatants. 200 red for a 2/2 human warrior with haste. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn, which can target itself, so it can attack it as a 4/2. Otherwise, he's got a 3-mana 2/2. Which is a meh. That's a D for Daybreak Combatants. Meh. Mace of Spades, thanks for the resub. Next up, Dominating Vampire. 1 red for a 3/3 vampire. Okay. At rare, when it enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of vampires you control until end of turn. Untap that creature, it gains haste until end of turn. Okay. It's better than the Bloody Betrayal, because then you at least have a 3/3 vampire on your own out of it. But for the most part, this will probably end up being a 3/3 for 3. If you manage to, if you have like 2 vamp with her and you have another vampire, you got 2 vampires out and you can take one of their 2/2s. That's a little bit of upside, but not fantastic. Yeah, seems okay. I'd probably still lean C+ for Dominating Vampire. I don't think it's quite enough to want to pull me into red. Next up, Fearful Villager. 2 and a red for a 2/3 menace daybound. Boring. At night, it's a 4/3 menace. You sure are, D. Moving on. Honeymoon Hearse. 2 and a red for a 5/5 artifact. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. It becomes a artifact creature until end of turn with trample. This actually could end up being really, really good. Because it's not crew, it doesn't matter the amount of power you put into it. It just needs 2 creatures of any size, which is awesome. So all your 1 and 2 drops start getting bigger. You can activate this defensively to have a 5/5 blocker. You can attack with it as a 5/5 trample. This actually looks pretty solid to me. I think it's a C+. I could see this with a lot of upside. And potentially a lot of constructed play. Yeah, so it doesn't say crew because it doesn't care about the specific amount of power you're crewing into it. It just needs any 2 creatures. I like it. Yeah, C+. Next is Markov Retribution. 2 and a red for uncommon sorcery. Choose 1 or both. Creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Target vampire you control deals damage equal to its power to another creature. Ooh, a red bite? Why would you not want to do both? You don't have a vampire? It's sorcery speed. I like this, actually. This seems like a solid C for... Yeah, you pump your side of the board. If you got a vampire, you get to do a bite after you give them +1/+0, and then you get to attack in. I think this looks pretty good. I give it a solid C. Again, you want to make sure... If you got like 5 or 6 vampires in your deck, it becomes better because then it's also a removal spell. But in like a red-white, going wide, trying to get in there as much as you can, I'd still play it. Rending Flame, 2 and a red, instant uncommon. Rending Flame deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker if that permanent is a spirit. It also deals 2 damage to that permanent's controller. A 3 mana instant deal 5? Fuck yeah. B- on that bad boy. Vampire's Vengeance, 2 and a red, uncommon instant. It deals 2 damage to each non-vampire creature. Create a blood token. Yo. Yo.
Big shout out to C-Trix that helped me get this together. Last night till 7 a.m. Fucking legend.
Again, if you got the vampires for it, that seems really good. Instant speed? Yeah. I like Vampire's Vengeance. That's like a C+ for that one. I dig it. Ballista Watcher, 2 red for a human, soldier, werewolf, and uncommon. You can pay 3 and tap it to deal 1 damage to any target. Hilarious. But also transforms at night into the Ballista Wielder. Pay 3 You don't need to tap it. Deal 1 damage to any target. A creature dealt damage this way can't block this turn. And he's a 5/5. Okay. So you actually can, like, spend a turn activating him instead of casting spells to help make sure you cast it. Or you put him on turn 4. Turn 5, do nothing. Transform it. And then during your opponent's turn, you can start activating. Yeah, I like him. It's a 4/3 with potential upside. C+. G-Potlaw with a $5 GP donation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, he becomes so buff, he just picks up the ballista with him. That's hilarious. Change of Fortune. 3 red, rare sorcery. Discard your hand. Then draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. F. That's an F. It costs 4 mana to do that. Nuh-uh. So, you're likely paying 4 to discard... No, you don't even get to discard this. Can you cast it? No, F. Don't play this. F. Moving on. Creepy Puppeteer, 3 and a red for a 4/3 human rogue with haste. And then whenever the Creepy Puppeteer attacks, if you attacked with exactly 1 other creature this combat, you may have that creature's base power and toughness become 4/3 until end of turn. Okay, so it's like the Suitor, where if you attack with exactly 2 creatures, you can attack in with 2 4/3s at haste. That seems alright. A 4 mana 4/3 at haste is alright. Can pump 1 of the other creatures. Yeah. Yeah, okay, sure. I'm not super stoked about it that it can do something crazy. Probably just a C+ for Creepy Puppeteer because it's just slightly above the vanilla test. Ill-Tempered Loner, 2 red for a 3/3 human werewolf. Whenever he's dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any target. Okay. Any targets? You can make it to your opponent if you wanted to. And you can pay 2 to give it +2/+0 until end of turn. And at night, it becomes a 4/4 whenever a permanent you control is dealt damage. Howlpack Avenger deals that much damage to any target, and you can pump it as a 4/4. What the fuck? That's super good on either side. Yo. Digging him. This is an A. He blocks really, really well on either side. And if you manage to flip him or it's already night, your entire squad gets solid. Again, you can use this to take out your opponent's other creatures, or you just throw it right at their face. Dude, Howlpack Avenger's great. A. I love him. A for Ill-Tempered Loner. Into the night, 3 and a red. It becomes night. Discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards +1. It is slightly better than Change of Fortune. But still not great. D+. Lamhold Raconteur, 3 and a red for a 2/4. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent. And at night, same thing, but 2 damage for each opponent. Yeah, so this is another one of those red-blue spell payoff cards you want. I'd rather have more of the 2 mana 1/3s before I want my first Lamhold Raconteur, though. Just cheaper and more efficient that way. Lightning Wolf, you're adorable. A 4 mana 4/3, and you pay 2 to give him first strike until end of turn at sorcery speed. Yep. Pork. See? Manaform Hellkite, 2 red for a mythic 4/4 flying dragon. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create an XX red dragon illusion creature token with flying and haste, where X is the amount of the mana spent to cast the spell. Exile that token at the beginning of the next end step. Okay. As a 4 mana 4/4 flyer, this card is already excellent. And then if you got any kind of spells, he becomes great. Now, the best way to read this is that it says you can exile that token at the beginning of the next end step, which means if you can, at your opponent's end step, you cast the spell, get the activation, and then you're allowed to untap with that token. Yep, this is an A. Just because a 4-mana 4/4 flyer is already great, and this is another one of those cards where if your opponent doesn't start dealing with this, you're going to start getting bigger, hasty fly boys to get in there. So definite A for mana form Hellkite. Next, Stenzia Uprising, 2 red for an enchantment. At the beginning of your unstep, make a 1/1 human creature token. Then, if you control exactly 13 permanents, you may sacrifice the Stenzia Uprising, deal 7 damage to any target. Well, by the time you cast this, you already got 5 permanents, 6 permanents. So, you're halfway there. I like that it's a May. I would just play this just to keep generating 1/1s. Not even having to do with the sack part. It does say permanents, so it includes your lands. Yeah, I would just play this as a token generator. I like that it's a May. I think it's going to be a B+. Yeah. B+. Weary Prisoner, 3 and a red for a 2/6 defender. Daybound. At night, it becomes the Wrathful Jailbreaker, which is a 6/6 that has to attack each turn. I mean, that's a big 4-mana creature, but I've liked the other 4-mana creatures more. He's okay, though. It's a C. If you need a big something, there you go. Falconwrath Celebrants, 4 and a red for a 4/4 Menace Vampire. Great. When it enters the battlefield, make 2 blood counters. Or blood tokens. Okay, yeah, C+. 4/4 Menace for 5, and you can get some blood. Some card filtering. Like it. 5. Frenzied Devil, 4 and a red for a 3/3 Haste Devil. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Honestly, I'm going to stick with what I said about earlier. I'd rather have more of the 1/3s before this guy. It just seems like it's going to be a more efficient way to get damage into your opponent because these can always get blocked. And a 5-mana haste with only 3 toughness. Its home does work the best in the blue-red spells deck, but I think you want to be cheaper and more efficient in order to do that. Farm Cat with a $14 Chocobo donation. Thank you so much. D+ for Frenzied Devils. Yeah, I agree. 5 mana is too much. 4 mana, I'd be a little more interested, but 5... Lacerate Flesh. 4 and a red sorcery. Deal 4 damage to target creature. Create a number of blood tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to that creature this way. So at best, you'll deal 5... Pay 5 red at sorcery speed to get 3 blood tokens. It becomes better as a post-combat spot removal. Yeah, like the best way to cast the spell is post-combat. Like you're attacking with your stuff, your opponent makes their blocks, and then you punish their chump blockers by being able to take out their biggest thing, and you get some blood out of it. That said, it's still not great. Much like that one black spell, I could see myself playing this in a sealed pool just to make sure I've got some removal, but I still don't like it that much. I think this is like a not great filler. I think it's like a D, potentially D- for Lacerate Flesh. Next, Volatile Arsonist, 3 red for a mythic 4/4 human werewolf with menace and haste. Damn, alright. Whenever it attacks, it deals 1 damage to each of up to 1 target creature, 1 target player, and 1 target planeswalker. Okay. I like it. And at night, it's a 5/5 menace haste. Whenever it attacks, it deals 2 damage to target creature, player, and planeswalker. Great. On either side. Happy with that. A-. Yeah, just good. Good stats. Good abilities. And the 1 damage, you can do that to help make sure your opponents wouldn't have ideal menace blocks. Because then he essentially attacks in as a 5/4 menace. You know what I mean? And then for some reason you're at night, dealing 2 damage to both your opponent and to a creature. Excellent. That's very good. This is an easy A- for the Volatile Arsonist. I like him. Next red card, Olivia's Attendants, 4 red for a 6/6 rare vampire with menace. Whenever Olivia's Attendants deals damage, create that many blood tokens. And has 2 in a red, Olivia's Attendants deal 1 damage to any target. So combat damage or its activated ability, you can get a lot of blood. It seems like another solid A- to me. It's another one of those, this seems like an expensive card, so who knows? But it seems good enough to me that it's an A-. As long as the format allows it for you to play like big 4-mana red stuff. It's not often like red wants to get to like big expensive cards like that. Next is Pyre Spawn, which is 4 red for a 6/4 elemental. When it dies, deal 3 damage to any target. Yeah. As a top end filler, he sure is a dude. It's like a D+. D+ for your top end. I like that you can basically use it to take out hit damage to another creature or to your opponent. Yeah, D+. Alright, that is red. Before we move on to green, though, we gotta do a booster pack opening. Solheim has redeemed his gold pieces. Whoops, wrong button. To open up a booster pack. And Solheim says, my choice for a booster pack opening. I kind of want to do another Strixhaven. Let's do my other 2 Strixhaven set boosters. Because I didn't realize these were set boosters. Alright. Let's take all the extra stuff. First off, we got Mascot Exhibition. You love to see that? We got a Mythic. Starting off with a Mythic is a great way to pull this off. It's actually seeing a lot of standard play too, so that's awesome to see. Starting off with a Mythic. Star People. Exhilarating Elocution. Dom. Oops. Promising Duskmage, a Humiliate. We got a Silver Quill pack, if I've ever seen it. Shadewing Laureate. The Thunderstorm Oracle. Another rare, Semester's End. Infuriate in the Mystic Archives. And a rare, a foil rare, Confront the Past. Yo, you know what? I am happy with that. 1 pack, 3 rares, 1 mythic, 1 foil. And then let's do the other set booster. We got Spirit Summoning, Square Up, Serpentine Curve, Biomathematician, Leyline Invocation, Eureka Moment, Brackus Chudge. What are you doing in here? This is supposed to be a green-blue pack, you idiot. Deadly Brew. The Dream Strix is our next rare, the 3/2 illusion. Then when it dies or gets targeted by a spell, you get to learn. Ooh, hell yeah. Mystical Archive Tezzeret's Gambit. And foil card, foil Frog Boy. But yeah, we got another double rare pack, one being a Mystical Archive of Tezzeret's Gambit, which I really like, and the Dreamstrix. Great packs, courtesy of the set boosters of Strixhaven. Thank you so much, Solheim. Let's try to finish up the set review because I'm getting hungry. Okay. What's got green's got going on here? A lot of wolves, I imagine. Some humans. We got the Ascended Pack Leader. A 1-mana 2/1. It enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. If you control a permanent with mana value 4 or greater, and then when it recasts a spell with mana value 4 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on Ascended Pack Leader. I like it. A 1-mana 2/1 or a late game 1-mana 3/2 that can keep getting bigger if you got big stuff. He seems solid. For the most part, though, he'll likely just end up being a 3/2. So we'll put it at a C+ for Ascended Pack Leader. Potentially B-. I'll lean B-. I'll lean B-. Dig Up. 1 green for a rare sorcery. Search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Or if you cleave it for 4, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, shuffle. This seems very good. And I would be happy playing this in any green deck. Even just like the 1 mana, get another land to thin your deck, or even for fixing. I actually like this. And a 4-mana tutor that you don't have to reveal? Yeah. This seems quite good to me. I'm going to give it a solid B for Dig Up. I don't know how much splashing is going to be a thing in this deck. Just based on what I've seen so far from the other colors, I'm going to say not really. Would I pick this over some black removal? No. That's why it's just a B. Well, yeah, I'd still give it a B. Massive Might for a 1 green. Target creature gets +2/+2 and trample to end a turn. Yep, solid combat tricks, D-. Snarling Wolf, a reprint. That's the 1 mana 1/1 wolf that you can make into a 3/3 wolf once each turn. They're re-putting in Bramble Armor? Please don't play Bramble Armor. D. Dawnheart Disciple, 1 and a green for a 2/2 human warlock. Whenever another human enters the battlefield under your control, Dawnheart Disciple gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Yeah, that's an okay 2/2 for 2 with slight upside. Sometimes she can attack as a 3/3 on your turn. Yeah, see, it's fine. Next, Mulch, 1 and a green for a common sorcery. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all lands revealed this way into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. It's not really ramp. So here's the thing with this. Blue-green absolutely has a self-mill theme going on. So this could have a home in one of those decks. But I think that's it. I think it's just a D. But I could see a deck that wants it. Pack Song Pup. 1 green for a little 1/1 uncommon wolf. Bork. The tiniest Bork. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control another wolf or werewolf, put a +1/+1 counter on Pack Song Pup. And when he dies, you gain life equal to his power. Oh, he's adorable. I love him. B-. That's a better wolf payoff than everything that was in the wolf set. Or the werewolf set. Yeah, all right. Happy to play it. Plus it dies to gain life? Yeah. B minus. Reclusive Taxidermist, 1 and a green for a 1/2 human druid. It gets +3/+2 as long as there are 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard. And it can tap to add 1 mana of any color? What the fuck? So you got a mana ramp card and mana fixer early on. And then in the late game, it's just a 5/4. That's sick. B. Sorry, +3/+2 is 4/4. Yeah, it's still a late game 4/4. I like B for the Reclusive Taxidermist. Next, Sporeback Wolf. Oh, gross. That wolf got mush on it. It's a 2 mana 2/2 wolf, but on your turn, it's a 2/4. Okay. I mean, so he is a better attacker than blocker, but then if you're playing the green-black deck where toughness matters, he becomes even better. I get it. Yeah. Happy to play it. Like a C minus. Or C. Like, C's my level for, like, you'll be happy playing this. Like, 2/2 for 2, that's a C. I might be grading that too high on that scale, but I don't know. Toxic Scorpion, 2 mana for a 1/1 Death Touch. And when it enters the battlefield, another target creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. So basically, this sets up one of your other creatures to get a free attack in because your opponent doesn't want to block a temporarily Death Touch creature. So if you got anything where hitting the opponent matters, it's very good. By the way, it's a 2 mana 1/1 Death Touch. You're never unhappy playing those. Seems like a C to me. Witch's Web, 1 and a green instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 and reach until end of turn. Untap it. Yeah, it's another typical combat trick. D+ for that. It hitting reach, if you had like nothing else to deal with flying creatures, there you go. Apprentice Sharpshooter, 2 and a green for a 1/4 reach with training. I like this card a lot. Like, if you're able to train this once, you have a 2/5 blocker that can block flyers. Very solid. But otherwise, like, that's enough power and toughness to be able to block flyers. Seems solid to me, C+. Cemetery Prowler, 1 green for a 3/4 Mythic Wolf with Vigilance. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each card type they share with cards exiled with Cemetery Prowler? What the fuck? So it's a 3/4 wolf that can make your other cards cheaper, and as soon as he starts attacking, you can hit other ones? And you can exile any cards, not just your own, but your opponent's? Great. I'm happy playing this in almost any deck. A minus. It's card type honey time, not creature type. So if it's like creature, all your creatures cost 1 less. If you exile a sorcery, all your sorceries cost 1 less. You're not exiling creature types, just card types. Next, Crawling Infestation, 2 and a green enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill 2 cards. Whenever 1 or more creature cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, make a 1/1 insect. Yep, there's that self-mill plan. If you got this with that Rotstein, then you get a lot of insects. Still, it just kind of seems okay. Especially since it doesn't mill as soon as it hits the battlefield. You have to wait until your upkeep. I'm less excited by this one. I'm going to C minus. Crushing Canopy, Oh, another reprint. Tuna green instant. Destroy a creature with flying or destroy target creature with enchantment. This is typically a very good sideboard card. Slightly better main board with both the amount of flyers and auras coming around in this set. But still, just a good sideboard. D+. Excuse me. Hamlet Vanguard, 2 and a green for a 1/1 rare human warrior. But it has Ward 2. And when it enters the battlefield, with 2 +1/+1 counters on it for each other non-token human you control. Yo, okay. So with one other human, he's a 3/3 for 3 with Ward 2. Or if you got one other human that's non-token, he's a 5/5 Ward 2 for 3. So at aggressive curve out, that's a big beefy boy. Very solid. Solid B. I like him. I like that he has Ward 2 to help protect him for extra removal if he does come down to something big. Yeah, B from Hamlet Vanguard. Next is Howling Moon, 2 and a green, rare enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target wolf or werewolf gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Whenever opponent casts their second spell each turn, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token. That's fascinating. So this pumps all your wolves and punishes your opponent for casting 2 spells to get out of Nightbound. Yeah, this should have been in the last set. I agree. Would I play this? I think so. This is like a build around B-. Like, if your deck has 10+ wolves in it, you're probably going to have a target for the Howling Moon. And then if you're playing wolves, you'll want to activate Nightbound at some point. Yeah. I'd say build around B. B-, just because it doesn't come with a wolf right away. Yeah, build around B- for the Howling Moon. Nature's Embrace, another aura for 2 and a green. Enchant creature or land. If you enchant a creature, it gets +2/+2. If you enchant the land, it gets add 2 mana of any one color. Okay. So it's kind of like a Gift of Paradise, but it also has the option of pumping a creature if you need it. It's okay. I think I like it more as the mana ramp than anything else. C-. Assuming you need the ramp, really, or fixing. Yeah, D+. Probably don't. Yeah, D+. The Oakshade Stalkers, 2 and a green for a 3/3 human ranger werewolf. You may cast this spell as though it had flash if you pay 5 total. And it's a 3/3 at daybound or at night. It's a 6/3. As a Moonlit Ambusher, that's kind of cool. So if you flash this in for 5 mana as a 6/3, that's pretty good. Oh, there's a 3 mana 3/3, also okay. It's kind of like a modal 3/3 for 3. It's just kind of okay. We'll see. Can the night side be flash? Yes, because the card's this is like the front face of the card while it's in your hand. So what you do if you got 5 mana and you draw this, you can choose to cast nothing on your turn to make it into night to be able to flash it in. If you've already activated the day-night bound effect, of course. Yeah, still C. Retrieve, classic, 2 and a green, get a creature card and 1 non-creature permanent card from your graveyard to your hand, exile it. Yeah, these cards are always kind of okay. At sorcery speed, not super exciting. Still D+ for retrieve. It does 2 for 1 itself. D+. Sheltering Bows, 2 and a green for another aura. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +1/+3. There's that more big toughness matters for green and black. I'm also glad that it immediately draws a card. So, at the very least, you won't 2-for-1 yourself, which makes it a little bit better. I think this has a home in the green-black deck more than anywhere else, but it still seems solid. D+. Maybe C-, depending. The Spiked Ripsaw, tuna green for an artifact equipment at uncommon. Equipped creature gets +3/+3. And whenever it attacks, equipped creature attacks, you may sacrifice a forest to give a creature trample until end of turn. So you're spending 6 mana to give a creature +3/+3, and you gotta start stacking forests to give it trample. Still just a D+, I think. I don't know if I like sacrificing forests for that effect no matter what. Like, when you're super late game and you got like 8-9 lands out, maybe, but otherwise, that's a lot. Nah, I'm going down on it more and more. I think it's still a D-. Nah, D-. Like emergency filler at best. Spore Crawler, tuna green for a 3/2 fungus. When Spore Crawler dies, draw a card. Okay. Fuck yeah. C+. I'd be happy to play as many of these as I can. Are you kidding me? C+ for Spore Crawler. The only thing that's a bummer about it is that it's a fungus, which means he's got 0 synergy in the wolf deck, or there's a 3/2 in the black-green deck, or even the humans deck. So he's got 0 synergy anywhere else, but he's a 3/2. When it dies, you draw a card. Still happy with it. Weaver of Blossoms, tuna green for a 2/3 human werewolf with add 1 mana of any color. Really? And then at night can add 2 mana of any one color. Green's getting a lot of rampant fixing in this set, more than they did in the previous one. Yep. See? Alright. Wolf Strike. 2 green, instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn if it's night. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Okay, so it's a bite. And at night it's better. Yep, see? C for Wolf Strike. Cartographer's Survey, 3 green, uncommon sorcery. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put up to 2 land cards from among them into your battlefield tapped. Rest on the bottom. Now that's a ramp spell. Like, you're going to find 2 land cards off your top 7 and they go on the battlefield tapped. I don't know if you need to play this when there's so many other creatures that ramp you, though. But still solid. I get C-. Dormant Grove, 3 green for an enchantment. At the beginning of combat, on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And then if that creature has toughness 6 or greater, transform Dormant Grove into the Gnarled Grove Strider, a 3/6 vigilance. Other creatures you control have vigilance. Well, if you got stuff with big toughness, that vigilance matters. He seems alright. I don't know if it's really a build around, because I don't know if I'm as stoked about the flip side as I am just getting +1/+1 counters on my guys every turn. It works, yeah, it works in the black-green big buff butt creatures, but also works in like green-white humans with training. That's it, just 4 mana enchantment. I'd lean C-. And I actually like the enchantment side more than the creature side. Hiveheart Shaman, 3 green for a rare human shaman that's a 3/5. Whenever it attacks, you may search your library for a basic land card that doesn't share a land type with a land you control. Put it onto the battlefield and shuffle. Okay, so if you got a splash card, he can find it. Otherwise, pay 6. Make a 1/1 green insect creature token. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. Activate only as a sorcery. I like him. A 4-mana 3/5 is great. If you happen to get a splash, you can attack with them and get another land out. Awesome. And then you can start activating them where, bare minimum, without a splash, you're spending 6 mana to start generating 3/3 insects. That's awesome. I think this is very good. I think this is a B+ for the Hiveheart Shaman. Yep. Yep. B+. Hookhand Mariner, 3 and a green for a 4/4 daybound at night. It's a 6/4 who can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Just kind of mostly a dude. A 4-mana 4/4 is pretty good though, so C-. Would I splash off deck colors for that? I don't know if I would force that, but green does seem to be very, very capable of being able to splash for anything you want. There's a lot of fixing in green. Howlpack Piper is 3 and a green for a 2/2 werewolf at rare that can't be countered. You can pay 1 and a green, tap it, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. If it's a wolf or werewolf, untap Howlpack Piper, activate only as a sorcery. Okay. And at night, though, it's a 4/4. Whenever this creature enters the battlefield or transforms into this, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Rest on the bottom of your library. I like this side a lot. Paying 4 to get a 4/4 out that allows you to find another creature from your top 6 is great. But I get what's going for. So if you get this out for 4 as a 2/2, right? If you're able to untap with it, you then start paying the 2 to put creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. And you're not casting them, you're just putting them onto the battlefield. And then you cast nothing for the turn, change it to night, and then you get to find another creature. I like her. Super good. I think it's an A- for Howlpack Piper. I feel like the advantage on it is just too good. If you can especially make sure you're hitting night, just to find another creature out of it right away, I'd be super happy with it. Yeah, A- for Howlpack Piper. I might be a bit high on that, but I still like her. Because she is a 4-mana 2/2. So it can die pretty easily, but I like this a lot. Laid to Rest, 3 and a green enchantment. Whenever a human you control dies, draw a card. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, you gain 2 life. I think I would play this in my green-white deck. Yeah, like if you're playing green-white humans, anytime anything dies, human or token otherwise, you're drawing cards. And then if they got tokens on it, you're gaining life. I like it. It's not really like build around this, but if you got a human deck, you want to play it. It's like a C+ in your green-white humans deck. Moving on, Rule of Recruit, 3 and a green for a 1/1 training. Oh, but it enters the battlefield with a 3/1 green boar creature token. Oh, I get it. So you're paying 4 mana for a total of 4 power and 2 toughness and stats. But then you use the big old piggy to train the Rule of Recruit. Sure. It's solid just because it's a go wide card. Solid C. Sawblade Slinger, 4/3 for an uncommon human archer. When it enters the battlefield, choose one. Destroy target artifact and opponent controls, or Saw Blade's Finger fights target zombie and opponent controls. Yo! How do pig train recruit? You ever have to chase a pig down? You get a little bit tougher. This is a 4-mana 4/3 with some potential upside. If you're facing zombies, great. Artifact, a little bit more niche. This seems like a C to me. Like, you're happy playing it because it's a 4-mana 4/3. It's a 4-mana 4/3 human. And if you happen to be able to get its effects off, you feel better about it. Otherwise, it's just kind of okay. I'd still say a C. Splendid Reclamation, 3 and a green sorcery. Return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. F. Moving on. Ulvenwald Oddity, 2 green for a rare 4/4 beast, trample, haste. Pay 7 mana, transform them into the Ulvenwald Behemoth as an 8/8 trample haste. Other creatures you control have +1/+1 trample haste. So there's a reason to want to ramp up. Yeah, just a big pissed off moose. Yeah, this is just an A. Like a 4-mana trample haste for 4 mana is already great. If you ever get to transform it, which you can do at instant speed, this is just a big butt. And it pumps all the other creature. Yeah, easy A for Ulvenwald Oddity. Cloaked Cadet, 4 and a green. 2/4 Human Rager with training. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put onto 1 or more humans you control, draw a card. So he kind of helps pay you off for training. 5 mana 2/4 though, I'm not as stoked about him though. Yeah, he's a bit expensive for what he wants to do. This is a C minus. Like, if you get to draw a card, awesome, but I think you're spending too much mana just to get this out to get the payoff first, and when there's so many other better, cheaper payoff cards than this guy. Yeah, C minus for him. Glorious Sunrise, 3 green, enchantment rare. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose 1. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. Target land gains add 3 green mana until end of turn. Draw a card if you control a creature with power 3 or greater, or gain 3 life. Modal enchantment card.
Sweet.
ZZ Lurker, thanks to the Twitch Prime resub. At 5. It's almost like the ultimate stabilizer. Not ultimate, but pretty good. You can start gaining life if you need to. Getting +1/+1 trample allows you to get through your board stalls. The target land gaining mana is like the least exciting of them all, but also being able to draw a card is also great. And it just sticks around for every turn. I like it. It is 5 mana, so I'm gonna put it at B minus, but it does seem very good. Infestation Expert, 4 and a green for a 3/4 human werewolf at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you make a 1/1 green insect. There's a lot of insects popping around too. Okay, so basically for 5 mana, you get a 4/5. And at night, whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, you get 2 1/1s. This is actually good. I like that. Being able to generate some creature tokens on either side is awesome. I like it. I think it's a B- for Infestation Expert. At 4G? Yeah, I think so. Again, spread it. You get 4 power, 5 toughness of stats spread across 2 bodies. That alone's already good. Yeah, B-. Mold Graph Millipede, 4 and a green for a 2/2 insect horror. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3. Then put a +1/+1 counter on Mold Graph Millipede for each creature card in your graveyard. Okay, I get ya. So you want to play this. If you can play this so it comes out as at least a 5/5, that's pretty good. Which at 5 mana, it likely could. Without evasion or anything like that, it's not that exciting. This feels like the greens, like, not super exciting top end filler. D+ for Moldgrad Millipede. Next, Avabruck Caretaker, 4 green for a mythic rare hexproof werewolf. Okay. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may put 2 +1/+1 counters on another target creature you control. And at night, it's a 6/6 hexproof. Other permanents you control have hexproof. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on each creature. Oh, at the beginning of combat your turn, put 2 +1/+1 counters on each creature you control? What the fucking fuck? Oh, okay, yeah, so that's an A+. It's hexproof. How do they deal with it? They can't. A+. Damn. Yep. If you can, like, put this down at night on your first main step and go immediately into combat and get, like, the immediate payoff for it, oh, that's good. God damn. Yeah, not even ward, but hexproof. Stupid. A+ for Avabruck. Flourishing Hunter, 4 green for a 6/6. When it enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to the greatest toughness among other creatures you control. Other creatures. Doesn't hit himself? Bummer. I was going to say a 6 mana 6/6 gains 6 life would be great, but it's got to be other creatures. Yeah, just another unexciting top-end filler, D+. Wolfkin Outcast, 6 mana, human werewolf. This spell costs 2 less if you control a wolf or werewolf. Okay. At night, whenever Wedding Crasher or another wolf or werewolf you control dies, draw a card, and it's a 6/5. Okay, so if you're playing in the wolf deck, again, 10 plus wolves in your deck, red, green. This being a 4 mana 5/4, where if your wolves die at night, you get to draw a card, he's pretty good. On his own, for humans, you don't want to put him in that. This is a wolf card. Ignore the human part. This is a wolf card. In a wolf deck, he'd actually be pretty good. C+ in a wolf deck. Brambleworm? Another worm? 6 and a green for a 7/6 reach and trample. When it enters the battlefield, gain 5 life. Pay 3, exile Brambleworm from your green graveyard. Gain 5 life. So it's like the old sandworm, only bigger. It's that 7 mana cost, which is always a bummer. But if I would happily play this in the self-mill decks, because exiling this and getting 5 life off it, that's a lot of life. And we've seen how those can pay off and really stabilize you. He does die to a crawworm, so he's not that good. But still, I like him. I'd rather have this as my top end than Flourishing Hunter. C+ for Brambleworm. And the last green card, Cultivator Colossus. 4 green. mythic rare plant beast trample. Power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. When it enters the battlefield, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. If you do, draw a card and repeat this process. Okay, that's funny. So even if you manage to ramp this out and you got a land card in your hand, just be able to get that out and be able to draw right away and putting down more lands, solid. If I had other green ramp cards, or if I pack one pick to us, I would prioritize green ramp and making sure I can get this out early. Because otherwise, a 7 mana 7/7 trample, maybe draw an extra one. Not awesome, but still very good. I like them. Put them at A-. A-. All right. Let's get down and try to finish these up. What are the artifacts we got? Ceremonial Knife for 1. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage, create a blood token. Equip 2. Ah. No. If this was like a short sword that could get you blood tokens, I'd actually be excited for it. But the equip cost being 2, nah, D for Ceremonial Knife. Next, Lantern of the Lost is another 1 mana artifact. When it enters the battlefield, exile target card from your graveyard, exile Lantern of the Lost, exile all cards from all graveyards, then draw a card. Yeah, it's a sideboard C. Sideboard to do some graveyard hate. Investigator's Journal for 2, a rare artifact that calls itself a clue. When it enters the battlefield with a number of suspect counters on it equal to the greatest number of creatures a player controls. Pay 2, tap it, remove a suspect counter from Investigator's Journal, draw a card. And you can also pay 2 to sacrifice it, draw a card. Yeah, if the format is grindy, it could be good. Because it can get you a lot of extra card draw. Again, have not been convinced that you're going to need a lot of just card draw cards in a set with so much disturb stuff and other means of planting your mana. And I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm leaning a D+ for Investigator's Journal. But if the format is slow and grindy, it can get bumped up a little bit. Next, Wedding Invitation for 2, artifact. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Awesome. Sacrifice Wedding Invitation. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. If it's a vampire, it also gains lifelink until end of turn. Alright, so it's basically a 2 mana combat trick. Not even really a trick, but like just make your vampire lifelink and unblockable and you draw a card. That's still not very exciting. I think it's a D for Wedding Invitation. Blood Servitor, a 3 mana 2/2 artifact creature construct. When it enters the battlefield, create a blood token. Yeah. That seems okay. D+. Next is Boarded Window. I saw this card. It's a 3 mana artifact. Creatures attacking you get -1/-0. And at the beginning of each end step, if you are dealt 4 or more damage this turn, exile Boarded Window. This actually seems so good in a control deck. Because especially if your opponent's going wide, going -1/-0 on everything they have, that's a lot. Now, it does say it's 4 or more damage, not just combat damage. So if your opponent's got any means of making you losing life or getting extra hits, or direct damage, it can still bust the Boarded Window. But if you want to play like a slower control deck, that seems super good. Can you stack them? You can. If you had 2 Boarded Windows out, creatures attacking you get -2/-0. Yeah, this seems like a C in your control deck, not anywhere else. Or I guess if your opponent's playing like a go wide 1/1 humans or insect tokens, this could be a potential good sideboard too. Does losing life count as taking damage? It does not. That's why they are worded differently. Like, you lose 2 life is not the same as you taking 2 damage. Foreboding Statue, a 3 mana 1/2 artifact creature. Tap, add 1 mana of any color, put an omen counter on Foreboding Statue. A 3 mana rock is about on par for vanilla, for the vanilla test, but this is also a creature. At your end step, if there are 3 or more omen creatures on it, you can transform it into the 5/5 Forsaken Thresher. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, add an extra mana. Yeah, I mean, that's a fixer. Not bad. Yeah, I don't hate this. I think it seems like a C to me. If you just want that mana fixing. Oh, speaking of mana fixing, Honored Heirloom, a 3 mana artifact, whereas add 1 mana of any color. The difference between Foreboding Statue and Honored Heirloom is that you can tap this right away because it's not a creature. But it also has exile target card from a graveyard, which seems like a really strong effect. So again, control decks or ramp decks, this actually seems like it could be very good. I'm going to give this a tentative C. We'll have to see. Next, the Dollhouse of Horrors, a 5 mana rare artifact. Okay, pay 1, tap it, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of the exiled card, except it's a 0/0 construct artifact. And this creature gets +1/+1 for each construct you control against haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Uh-oh. So you can start exiling your creatures from your graveyard and start building up constructs. It'll start off as a 1/1, and each time you activate this, they'll get bigger. And like, this could be strong with like further enter the battlefield effects. There's only what, 2 other construct creatures? It has potential, especially in slow, grindy games. This is another one of those where, like, you know, sealed, probably be better than in draft, but has potential. C-. And that's everything. What are the special cards? Oh, they got the rare dual lands, right? Oh, they also have Evolving Wilds and Voldaren Estate, another rare land. Okay, so they got Evolving Wilds for some mana fixing. Okay. Oh, Voldaren Estate's cool. Add colorless mana or pay a life with a vampire to cast vampire spells. Or pay 5 to tap it to make a blood token. That's cool. And these are all just the... they have so many different fucking kinds of cards now. They can't just have, like, borderless or rare or whatever. It's just all over the fucking place. I want to see the Chandra. Alright, Chandra's dress looks way better in this art, but I don't hate the other one. It starts as a 2/2 because of the artifact itself. It specifically says it gets a +1/+1 for each artifact construct you have, right? Not just artifacts? Yeah, +1/+1 for each construct you control. The Dollhouse of Horrors is not a construct. Yeah, that's the Alucard I was telling you guys about. Like, that's just fucking Alucard, straight up. They knew what they were doing. They said, how can we finally make our game horny? Alright, well, there you go. That's the set. What do you guys think? How'd I do? I'll find out when I see how the set plays when it comes out on Thursday. And I'll be interested to see what other people are saying. Because again, I usually just assume I'm super wrong. Black seems busted. Black does seem very good. Chibi Acer? Thanks for the 100 bits. Blue doesn't seem OP. I agree. Blue did not seem crazy good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I like. Alright. I was just talking so much that like my sinuses are drained, my throat hurts, so I need to like hop off because like I am just drained from having to speak so much. So if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna wrap it up here. But yeah, we'll definitely get in some more Magic so I can start getting my practice in before the tournament next week. But thank you guys. I appreciate you hanging out with me while I do these. It's, you know, I never really know what I'm doing, but I'm trying to get better. Evil Guy, thanks for the resub. Alright. Let's do a raid before I go. Garbage Andy is currently streaming himself, doing some more drafts of Midnight Hunt before it goes away forever. So go ahead and with that Pro J raid emote. If you want to see some more Magic gameplay, be sure to follow him as well. But that's gonna do it for me. Next stream is scheduled for Thursday. Don't know if I'm gonna audible that into a Magic stream or if I'm just gonna play more Final Fantasy 12. I'm gonna say Final Fantasy 12 for now. Probably. But otherwise, yeah, see you guys Thursday. Thank you so much for hanging out with me here. If you missed any of my card ratings, Chibi Acer recorded everything and is going to post them into the Discord. So be sure to join the ProJR Discord and check out the Magic the Gathering channel in there for those ratings. I kind of want to go through my own and see how it compares to what everyone else said. Let's see where our thoughts line up. But enjoy Andy's stream. I'm taking off. You guys have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you all on Thursday. Bye-bye.